Welcome back, everybody. Good to be behind this desk. My goodness, how long has it been? We've been preoccupied, I guess, doing a series. So now you guys can see, as bass guitarist mentioned, where's the Ingve album? Where's the doc and stuff? Well, out in the real world, I guess we'll have to make do. So that was a sacrifice, I guess. But I just want to this opportunity, take this opportunity to thank all of you guys because couldn't have done it without you. You guys are in my mind probably more so than you assume. Of course, got to give a proper shout out to Thomas 777. Wouldn't be here without him. And of course, all the people that have been inspiring along the way. That's Charlemagne with his violinist video, among others. The Prudentialist, Gio Benicchetti. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. And my goodness, probably Catherine D, of course, Catherine D. Alex Kashuda a little bit, and Luis Perry. If you guys have seen some of the videos that have been uploaded, you can see some of the source material, and I recommend you do so because it's insightful. So we'll just have a nice casual stream. For the first time for you guys, probably it might be a little odd seeing a structured videos streamed onto the channel. So hey, we can finally be a bit more organized. But for this stream, it's Friday night. It's Rock and Roll Friday. And I just want us to hang loose a little bit here. So what's going on, guys? Poll, I saw you on Twitter. Thank you for getting us to do this. You were seem to be a supporter, giving me some props. And while we're waiting everybody to filter, somebody was asking about the stream. So how's everybody doing? Spiff, bass guitarist, of course, bass guitarist, my goodness. It's going to be coming out with some new music, so stay tuned. Stay tuned for bass guitarist. I cannot emphasize that enough. Also, I'd like to go over some Twitter spaces, including somebody who might be barging in here anytime now. I speculate. All right, I think he may be in here, so I'll just take this opportunity to say shout out to Paul Allen on Twitter. This guy's been hosting Twitter Spaces, and I have been a big fan of the Spaces. For those of you following along on Twitter, you will see I am often, probably to my detriment, contributing to too many spaces, but sometimes there's some gems in there. So shout out Paul Allen, very cool guy, and probably introduced to this channel just now. So hey, there's plenty of stuff to stick around to and maybe wander around the Double R Diner. And speaking of, yo, Cody Browning, man, this guy's a real Chad, I'm telling you. Love rock and roll, the right block. Well, let's go. We got all the greatest hits in there. So I do have some stuff I'd like to go over real quick. and we can continue our cozy stream. Oh wait, I got to make sure the music doesn't. Let's see how that's gonna. Yo, speedrunner in chat. I think we'll just do the link. What do we got? What do we got? Our first question, it looks like. All righty. Fender Gibson, I think bass guitarist answered the question before me. Charvel. Pretty cool stuff. All right. So first of all, what do you guys think of the series? I know that was a bit impromptu, but since the semester started, and I also want to preface that I think this is a very circumstantial thing. I would not dare say a similar speech, maybe exactly the same in those same terms as they've been said in the past few videos in a normal classroom setting, a regular environment. But because it's a club-based thing, because we got a tight-knit group who I think it's safe to say among, I decided to have this series go on. And so that's the thing. Some people were concerned, rightfully, of course. It can be very detrimental to say certain things in a classroom. So that is not a call to action. That is not to do as I say. I just want to put I guess, just show you that in real life there is some potential for a lot of the academic agent type content, a lot of the Telegram tier stuff. So that's the thing. And then, of course, I think one of the big helpers that got us over this, that gave us a leg up, was Academic Agent, speaking of, because that was my debut on the, what was that, Unpopular Opinions. So very grateful. Thank you to Academic Agents, because I think we're going to be having some British people tune in if they're curious. So grateful for that. You know, want to give proper credit where credit is due. So, hey, Douglas Edward 84. Let's go. There's that one guy who sits. Let's go. So yeah. What else? Twitter Spaces. That's another thing I was gonna mention, was since Bass Guitarist is in here, Bass Guitarist, or I think it was technically Rock and Metal Life. So of course, if you watch the video with my father, he has that Twitter account, Rock and Metal Life. He's also got the blog, Rock and Metal Life, which should probably get a plug right about now. Let me go dig that up. Yo, Paul Allen live tweeting the stream. I'm thinking we're back. Let's let me share screens for Paul Allen after the Rock and Metal plug. Where do we got? Okay. So let me share screens here. All-nighter Fahrenheit? All-nighter? It's a good question. Oops. It's been so long since I've shared screens. Present. Okay, here we go. Got to relearn some of the studio mumbo jumbo. So this is my father's blog. You guys might want to check it out. We'll share that in the chat if you're curious. This is the Twitter account. This Twitter account run by him was hosting a Twitter space this week alongside bass guitarist. And I think you might be seeing some more of that. Also, hey, who could forget? Who could forget? So if you want some Twitter space content, I know some people may be out of the loop. Some people are not all on Twitter. So, but there is some shenanigans happening. So we can get the blog, Twitter. For curious people. All righty. Did I miss anything? Here before 1K, maybe. Yeah, Fahrenheit, old heads. Bass guitarist was an old head. I remember. Thank you, American Populous. Yeah, American Populous too has some great content with Thomas, talking about the civil rights era. One of the key eras that as Jack Burden has been getting some underreported information out of Thomas on his channel, American Populous was doing the same thing. But yeah, I remember American Populous. I think we first met on Jay Burden's show. I was in Vegas, and I think I tuned in. It seemed like that was also a celebration occasion. I don't remember exactly what the details were, though. Brian E., good to see you. All right, man, oh man. Elon, of course. Elon was actually technically part of the last speech. I screenshotted his Instagram story where he was talking about how young people are, in need of help. And that was the thing that I used towards the end of the speech. I don't think you could see his Goth Guido name at the top, but he was part of the show. So thank you, Elon Bus. You might want to check that out if that wasn't totally visible from the projector. But hey man, that's the thing. This is an interactive show. I wouldn't really call myself a YouTuber because John Doyle kind of has the set topic and then video essay format, whereas this is more of a stream. This is more of a Twitch thing. That might be a bit obnoxious to some older viewers. They might conflate the two, but I do think this is a bit distinct. I think the show could exist on the radio. The show could exist on podcast form. So I think that's maybe something that's kind of one of the themes for a lot of the speeches, this categorization with identity. And I like to emphasize that for the sake of being transparent. Oh, Bon, how'd you and Thomas 777 me? Yeah, I'd like to get into some lore here. So, for those that don't know, how did this show get up on its legs? Well, if you go back to the first few channels uploaded, it was probably more in sync with the speeches now that I think about it. That's kind of ironic. I was referencing some of from the first video I've uploaded, or I think there was technically one other. It was more of an introduction, so I think it was technically the second one, but regardless, that one was more so focusing on pop culture. And then I think one of the first things I found Thomas on was on Scott Greer's Highly Respected show on YouTube. And he was talking to Thomas about metal. And I think that caught my attention more so than the political stuff. because Thomas's Cold War episode was, I think, all over the place in terms of politics. I couldn't even tell you exactly what I was politically interested in at that time. But when I saw Scott brought on somebody talking about metal, I thought, there we go, there's our people. And then I reached out through direct message, I think even on a separate Twitter account, if I remember correctly. And he got back pretty soon. And so we had him on the show. He didn't have his camera on. And I didn't know what the circumstances were. I didn't know what to expect. It was more so in line again with those first few music-based videos. And after Thomas kind of wanted to organize this thing in a different fashion, we got into political topics. And now that we got these speeches, you can kind of see the arc that ties back to the original content, because it's not just predicated on the Thomas content. It's kind of a blend of the eras. But I know that some of the people here may not have seen those videos, because I mean, that was the beginning of an era. That was, I mean, I think I was only aware of people like Bass Guitarist and a handful of others, because I think Academic Agent was also instrumental in helping people like Vingel get over here. Douglas Edward may have come from a similar space. It seemed like I was able to trace some of the viewers, but I think that there was a help from multiple people. So looking back in retrospect, it seems like a bit all over the place, but very grateful to everybody, grateful for the people. I remember when I did I think I did a 500 sub celebration. I'm pretty sure that was the occasion. And I was just scrolling through David Lynch. I was scrolling through Twin Peaks, more on that in a minute. And with the 500 sub video, I think for most of that stream, it was just Bass Guitarist and Vingel. And it was a casual stream. That's what I want this to be right now. Not a fast and heavy script. But that was, I was jazzed up about that anybody was watching. And now, thanks to Thomas, the Telegram Mob, 777 Mafia, Academic Agent, you guys have been tuning in. You've been curious. I recognize the same names live during the speeches. And Replay Gang, all you guys, you guys have helped this channel. You guys are responsible for people being interested. So thank you guys. You guys, I want to be clear. I want to emphasize, you guys are the show. What's the, is it Trapeze, the Glenn Hughes outfit? You are the music. We are the band. Me and Thomas are the band, the duo, yeah, just spacing out a little bit there. But yeah, it's, it's one of those things. I was thinking about this, I think one morning, or it might have been at night. Let's trace exactly where I was thinking that. But it's like going from high school to college. You can't exactly describe everything that changes, but you just naturally assimilate into a different headspace, if that makes sense. And so, like, meeting new people and being with those people for a while, it's like you adopt a different, I don't even know what you would call it, like, not identity, that doesn't seem like the totally accurate word, but you just, when you're growing up, you're not, self-aware that you're growing up every second of the day. It just kind of happens, it seems like. So, thinking about where this channel was a year ago, I mean, we passed the 1 year anniversary of the channel, and I was like, what the heck? It just feels like so much has happened so quickly. It's hard to even reference a year ago that it was kind of a different era. I was still trying to, I didn't even know what this was gonna look like a year after the fact. It all seemed so far away. It all seemed like, I don't even know what, like, you build stuff up in your head, and usually that's the stuff that weighs you down. But, just do your thing and see what happens. Just see. But I'm thankful that, people are giving me the time of day. It's an honor. I see we got some. Oh man, Captain Steel. Captain Steel, what's going on, big guy? We're just vibing on a rock and roll Friday night. Thank you, Captain Steel, for $1.99. Thank you, man. Yo, yo. Have you ever seen Bryce? Hey, Bryce, what's going on, man? We got to talk, man. We got to talk. It's been too long, it feels like. But Fresno, yeah, you got to be careful. Got to be careful, you know. I was talking to somebody, I think it was in a Twitter space, I think someone in California, who was saying, yeah, he's familiar with Northern and Southern, it sounded like. But this space in the middle, this California space in the middle, what's that all about? Yeah, maybe there's maybe not everything in the middle is worth visiting. But it's almost like I have to preface that when I say I'm in California, because I think people think of a handful of places in this giant state. Oh, again, Captain Steel, thank you. No, you're the best. You're the best, big guy. What did Elvis say about Fats Domino? He's the real king of rock and roll. And that's you, Captain Steel. You are Fats Domino, innovating rock and roll. What do we got here? Yo, Bryce. We are so back. So I want to talk about finally. I mean, it's still fall, right? It's still the fall season. So I've been rewatching, and I want to do this every year for at least as long as it's appropriate to do so. I'm rewatching Twin Peaks. Now, I started earlier this year and then stopped after a couple episodes. I vaguely remember some of the beginning, but so I haven't been watching it like from start to finish consistently, technically. But I think I got like about 6 or 7 episodes into the first season, and then that must have been months ago. And then in the last few weeks, I got to the end of season 1, going through season 2. I forgot the fact that episode 1 of season 2, that might be one of the best episodes of the whole series, because maybe we'd have to discount season 3 because that's like a whole other animal. But it's an hour and a half, just about. So it's a bit unfair to compare it to all the other 40 something minute episodes, because there's no commercials interfering. But my goodness, I forgot all about the Andy, the Albert, all those little vignettes from the beginning of season 2. I forgot about all that stuff. But I think I'm going to put that up there. I agree with Jay from Red Letter Media that the season 2 finale might be the best thing that David Lynch has ever done, period, including all the films. But I overlooked season 2 because it's been, I think, over a year since I've seen that, for since the first time I watched the show. So, but yeah, forgot about that. I've also something that I started for this go round. I'm taking notes during and I think a little after each episode. So I want to. The first time I watched the show, I forgot a lot of stuff, and then I sounded like an idiot for misremembering everything. So it's you know, you invest all this time and then you forget stuff. That's no good. You got it. I want to be consistent with it. So I'm going through it, and it's very very low key, very casual. Some of the noirish vibes that I probably missed the first time around. Barack Obama, by the way, let me plug Barack Obama, because that's another person who's the stuff I wanted to go over tonight is thanks to him. It's the stuff that we talk about in DMs. So check the guy out. The guy is just, I mean, the guy's a bookworm, but he's a Zoomer, so he's like us. You know, he's not so uppity or whatever. But that's what you want. That's strike the balance. You don't want You know, you don't want to be snobby. You don't want to come across like you think you're better than everyone. Just follow the content. Be a person on the sidelines keeping score. Bryce, I think does fantasy football. I was thinking about the fact that one of the things mentioned in one of my philosophy classes was, I mean, my teacher was literally talking about how if he didn't have his job, he would probably be doing fantasy football. Like that's his dream, is to just focus on that. But yeah, Elon Musk up in it. Yeah, that's a nice adjective. That's an appropriate way to say it. Something like that. But anyways, Academic Agent talks about the kayfabe. Geo talks about kayfabe. That's a appropriate lens to make sense of politics, among other things. The other one is fantasy football, because that's kind of the same amount of investment. That's the same amount of pretend that a lot of people do. And so, hey, thank you to my teacher for, he says a lot of cringe stuff, but he was talking about fantasy football, and it took me in that direction. So I think that might be another potential resource. Oh man. Captain Steel, hey, millennials are cool too. Yes, hey, Captain Steel. That's the thing. When in my sexual revolution speech, that was when I was putting together the notes for that, I started to realize, wait a second, Catherine D, Louise Perry, these millennials, they might have a better grasp at the cultural landscape than the Zoomers, because the Zoomers are at a disadvantage. The Zoomers take it for granted that they live in this digital age ecosystem. Millennials are one of the last people to remember what it was like before technology. So, or at least before the hyper social media fixation. So, they're a couple of years ahead of us experience-wise. So, hey, and that's something that I was Garak was helping me with. So, yeah, the Millennial Zoomer Alliance, I'm here for it. There's, as Captain Steel said, there's some good ones out there. I don't want to be overly exclusive. So, hey, Prester _S 499. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Prester, thank you. Real question, are you watching with log lady intros? Are you watching with log lady intros? That's for that's season 3, right? I haven't gotten there yet. I know about season 3, but in this rewatch, I haven't gotten to that point yet. So I'll if 123 Movies has it, if it's included, if I can find them, I'd like to see those, because I think that was for the HBO launches. So I wasn't there. 2017, a lot of things were going on in 2017. So that would have been interesting. I was out of the loop on David Lynch. I was out of the loop on politics. We're just, hey, no ego, no pride. We should, that just reminded me of American History X line. Something said on the basketball court, something. But we are all just playing catch up for the most part. So I think that's a healthy and realistic way to look at our us in our thing, as Cody Browning reminded me. So, hey, thank you, Speedrunner. I appreciate you guys are interested. It's just so weird. It's weird being behind the desk. It feels like it's weird because I'm in my room a lot. So the dynamic is just another thing, I guess. Jason Thomas, thoughts on Rammstein? I'm not sure what Thomas thinks. I think I like some of the songs. Obviously, Du Hast was a part of my childhood, so it's a bit difficult not to say that it doesn't go hard. They had a pretty strange new song. It was mocking American culture, but it was a little too Reddit tier. It was a little too, very, very foreign based. So But I don't remember. I don't remember too much of their stuff. I never listened to a full album. As far as German metal, I think you could do a lot better than Rammstein, and a lot better than the Teutonic Four too. That's the other one. People, metalheads, kind of shill the same Teutonic Four bands, and again, that's like when you got Americans that only want to listen to a handful of stuff. But then people also do the same thing when they go down the extreme metal route, where then they only listen to the most obscure stuff, and that's the same problem in the other direction. So you just wanna be a little more in tune with everybody else. Don't lose the melody, I beg you. But oh, is it American? Oh, okay. I think I remember that one. Man. I think that was back when YouTube was a whole different website at that time. Log Lady intros are available for the first 2 series. Are you serious? Came with the DVDs. Oh man. Well, thank you, Fahrenheit. I'm gonna have to see if I can find that. I didn't realize that went back to the originals. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Millennial experience. Maybe that's it, coding. Now, millennials, like I said, millennials are also victims of the boomer truth, it seems. So that's another thing to be aware about. We don't want to ignore a lot of the stranger aspects of the millennials. So that's the thing. We don't want to be cheerleading for the wrong attributes. So we got to, the Zoomers are also going to have to be mindful. But I'm sure you guys. What about Gen X? Hey, good question. Good question. Yeah, Gen X. Hey, Thomas, and Oliver at Semiagog. Which, speaking of, that's another development that happened, I think, before we got back behind the desk. Did anybody here have the privilege of watching the Semiagog stream? That is, something. I think something happened to the video, but that's also going to that's going to be what would you even call it? That's the lost episode in the Dissonant Right. If anybody remembers, we might go off of that, but anyways, Gen X, same thing. They need to, I think, be a bit more social. I feel like Gen X is the beginning of when you have an employee in the workspace and he wants to not participate in the group projects. I feel like that starts with Gen X, and I'm like that too. So I sympathize with it. I also want to handle things independently, so to speak. But I do think at that time, Gen Xers didn't really have much of an excuse because you still had some of that community that the boomers were able to live through. So some of that pessimism, I think, really started to become popular in the 90s. The what is it? What's that show that AA always cites? The Girl with the Glasses, that animated show. I didn't. That wasn't really my thing. I think that's before my time, but that's where you start to get a lot of the shoegaze type stuff, which is, I think we've had about enough of that. So Bass Guitarist and I were going over that in the Twitter space. If you guys want to check stuff like that out, it's going to be on Twitter. You guys should, for the sake of curiosity, you might want to pop in on the spaces, because I recognize some of the people. I don't know if they're from the channel or from Twitter. I'm losing track of that too. So we're all over the place, but I think that's kind of those are also the lost episodes, because those often don't get recorded. So it's mostly a open mic, first come, first serve, general admission in the Twitter space. Oh, Jacob, you got some Richard Diamond. I'll have to check that out. Thank you, Jacob. Yo, Jade. Oh, that's right. I saw Jay Dyer had a video of that. Is he critical of some of the some of the what would you say? Some of the typical Hollywood tropes in Twin Peaks. That's also a bit concerning for me. I don't know how to justify that. Um, I don't. I'm not. I don't. It doesn't seem like David Lynch is coming at it from a malicious perspective. But does he say that that show is part of the whole Hollywood psyop? Because that would be too bad if it's true. Flippy Hambone, is Rammstein based or based or waste? That's pretty funny. I don't know. They're not based. They're not based. They yeah. Two of their members were like kissing on stage to as like a protest to the law in Germany. What in the world? That is the opposite of based. Hey, Record Deepness, good to see you in here. We got, oh man, we got the, seems like the whole crew here. What are the Teutonic Four? For those of us who don't know, it's and again, this is not an endorsement because to me these bands just got way too old too quickly. It's Sodom, it's Creator. Creator is just ripping off Slayer, and then the Slayer thing is not. It's just not that cool. Slayer's not that cool, anyways, either. And then you also got Tankard, and what am I missing? I'm missing the fourth band. Oh, Destruction. Yeah, the just I don't know. A lot of it is just not sustainable. It's just not metal that I think is going to galvanize the next wave of metalheads, because it's just again paint by the numbers thrash, and Tankard gets the bulk of the blame for being generic. I think you could make a strong case against all three, or all four rather, because again, just thrash is supposed to be combined with other genres. That's what Megadeth did. And here's the other thing too. I want to take this opportunity to say black metal was destined to fail because when you just do straight black metal, it's not going to be long lasting. And so I think some of the stuff that is appealing about black metal is when it sounds thrashy. And one of the examples of how you know that that's true is when you look at Bathory's career. Bathory did not stick to the black metal model because, you know, how could you? You just, I don't think you can stick with it for a long term. So the fact that, and again, that's not an endorsement on the folk metal, that's not an endorsement on all this pagan stuff. Don't really like that either. But I'm saying musically, even when people talk about people who claim are the best black metal bands, Bathory did not stick with that model. And so why should everyone else do that? I think that, you know, metal fans, when they hear critique against extreme metal, it's usually from normie types. But even some of the people who go down that rabbit hole, they don't, you know, they get stuck in that echo chamber where it's all this stuff that's not melodic. And I just don't think that that's also cutting the genre short. And so that's my beef with black metal and death metal. You know, Chuck Schuldiner, did he do Scream Bloody Gore for his whole career? Did Corthon do the first album and stick to that model? That's why Slayer is not one of the best. And when people say we just want like what Megadeth does today, you know, Megadeth's not reinventing the wheel with their newest album, but there has to be a little bit of wiggle room as far as innovation. You have to, you know, do some stuff that you were doing in the past without just dedicating your life to this one-dimensional genre and often subgenre. So, you know what I'm saying? There's a reason it's not the genre, it's a subgenre. So, Simple but not so long name. Hey, this guy goes back to another channel that we both used to watch. So this is a real old head. King Sports Cal, yeah, the Zoomer is back. Any good silent generation left? Paul Godfrey and Derbyshire. Oh, that's a good question, Douglas Edward. Yeah, those two guys are solid. And if everything goes well, me along with some others may be inheriting something from John Derbyshire. So we'll see. It's not official. We're gonna try and have an outlet that where dissident people can have their own space. But this is more predicated on another person who was bringing that to my attention. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what's gonna, if that's ever gonna get off the ground. We'll see. To Captain Steele again. Thank you, man. Thank you. It's yo, bro. Did you? Oh, no. You know what? Okay. Captain Steele, I've let you down, man. I've let you down. I'm sorry. You're being so nice to me, but no, I have not seen the Zeppelin DVD yet. It's it's funny. I not too long ago was thinking about that, but I got sidetracked. So hey, don't worry, Captain Steele. I will see it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for for what's the word? For I'm blanking. What in the world is for stalling? For stalling. Like the SpongeBob movie. Stalling. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Captain Steele. I have no excuse. Yeah, Daria. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a bit behind in the chat, as you can tell. I'm sure. Ace, you think there's a problem with nihilism in the dissident right? Yes, very much so. I think if you want a potential answer to that, or at least the closest thing to it from someone in the dissident right, you should read one of Prudentialist's Substack articles. One of the things that he was saying this on the series that he has with Geo every Thursdays. He was talking about how, Prudentialist's theme, I'm paraphrasing, for this year has basically been de-atom. This starts with the American event too. And from what I heard, that speech will be going public soon. So stay tuned for the Prudentialists. That's going to be, I'm sure you guys are probably much more in the know, but his speech, along with the content that he's had since then, the theme is Zoomers, along with everybody else, de-atomize yourself. It's easy to say, woe is me. It's easy to get lost online and say that all there are black pills, but there's plenty of room to find white pills. And I want to do it justice. So let me just find that article, because that was also an inspiration for one of the speeches. And I think I cited it towards the end. Let me just find my friends. There's the Substack. First of all, there's that, but there's going to be 2 links in here. Yeah, people gotta liberate themselves from the nihilism. Was it attention? Let me check. Yes, this one. And I'll share it on the screen because it's also... Oh, man. Share. There it is. Yeah, attentional, excuse me, overload. The world just screams, but you don't have to fall apart. Let me just go over one of the last paragraphs here. Excuse me. All right. Well, here, here we go. To suggest a partial solution to this constant overload of information and very real transhumanism is to simply keep the mind calm and look inward. If there is a real reason why Jordan Peterson took off originally, not just for his free speech politics, but because we have become so attached to the perpetual motion machine of politics and the culture war that we feel soulless and empty in the wake of a world that has made it very clear that the quality of life of your parents and grandparents will not be accessible to you. So dance, monkey, dance. Time away from the news, the Bird app, and the culture war writ. Large is not me. Excuse me. Telling you to give up, retreat, or homestead, and rather, I am saying you must be mindful of how much you can take and how much you're willing to consume. Focus on what you can do both locally and on yourself and family, and go from there. To be perpetually online or to be dreading over the latest bit of news, it does temper you to the reality of the world out there. But it can leave you broken and addicted if you're not prepared. And then real quick, there is a very thin, if not non-existent veil between your online self and who you are in the real world. Grounding yourself in what you can do, knowing your reach, and a responsibility to yourself and what you want to accomplish matters in the end. We are besieged daily by the enemy, and he manifests himself quite nicely on the internet with temptations, doom, and attractive avenues to escape a healthy lifestyle from moonshine HRT and internet blood sports. I can admit in full honesty that I don't have the answer to this problem fully, nor do I have the pride to say that this is the only solution. But if you're going to deal with the sensory overload of information to your attention span, harden yourself. That was the Prudentialist, who's, I think, one of the most insightful people with consistent insight like that. So the Telegram stuff, Twitter, YouTube, that's why I think it benefits everybody to keep track of everybody on most platforms, because stuff like that is often overlooked. Do we got moderators in chat? And what did we just read? Hey, Tinder Hot XYZ. Did you miss the Substack memo? Where was it? We are besieged daily by the enemy, and he manifests himself quite nicely on the internet with temptations, attractive avenues. So please, talk about timing. Yeah, Elon, go off. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Trouble Armstrong, thank you. Don't hate on Nickelback because he is the scapegoat. That is the band, just like Coldplay, among others. There's a problem with rock music in general, in its current state. So people who want to say it's a handful of bands, how about let's get the young people back into the music before we point fingers and play the blame game on all these bands that were influenced by the post-grunge scene. I got to jump in one of your guys. Oh, please, Elon Bust. It would be an honor. Please. Yeah, the Twitter Spaces, man. And for those that aren't for those that don't know where to find them, I think you guys would dig it. We are rocking media hits, of course. Yo, Reagan Lodge. Let's go, Reagan Lodge. Yo, some Manowar lyrics. I'm thinking we're back. Yeah, hey, what was it? Chad married Avril Lavigne. That was surprising to find out. Yeah. Man, lucky guy. Lucky guy. What can you say? Oh my goodness. What is Yo, what the Yo, Barack Obama giving a Oh, I think we're getting some live updates on the show. Reagan Lodge. Yo, Reagan Lodge. Yeah, Reagan Lodge is one of the first accounts that I came across when I was figuring out Thomas. I don't even know who else was around. Man. Yeah, right, man. That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't know. I guess I was still figuring things out. I didn't know who Academic Agent was before Thomas went on. When did Thomas go on? That was surprising too. I remember I was in the chat and somebody did call me out and say it's very obvious you're new here. Now, I have been lurking in the dissident right for years, but the academic agent sphere was something that was new to me because I wasn't tapping into that specific channel. But it just seemed like everything was a bit all over the place. It wasn't so one-dimensional that I'm used to with some, you guys know the type. Some YouTubers, everything instantly, or you can go off of their personality to really get a read on them. But that is the thing you can say about academic agent. There has to be like an adaptation to this climate that's on cigar streams or unpopular opinions. So subject to change, some 41. See, I don't think that was before my time, but I'll check that out. Let me see if I enjoy them now before the folks and posers try to replace them. Oh man, there you go. There you go. Let me see. I'm sure I neglected a few things in the chat. Let me. Uh-oh. Scale of 1 to 10. How hard was Cinder Mountain Villager? That's a familiar name. I actually didn't watch the I'm not up to speed with all the lore, so excuse me for I am out of the loop. I am out of the loop. King Sports Cow, once again busting. It's good to see you in here. I do like the it's not a King Sports Cow stream without getting busting my chops. I appreciate it. Anyone else get the Thomas book recommendation? I read a few already. Oh yeah, that I think that may be in some people's emails. If it's if you're, I think, subbed to the 777 Mafia Substack, I think that's where you get the his book recommendations. Well, King Sports Cow, I do think, and you probably agree, but yeah, the anonymity is always going to be important because I think this was said on Pruden and GeoStream. You know, even if Tucker is utilizing the dissident right talking points, there still has to be anons being the flank of the mainstream right. There has to be that army out there that is basically filtering out all of the populist ink types. So there is that relationship. That dynamic is often, people say, I think mainstream types would say you got to get rid of the anons and embrace the people online that are like basically blue check marks effectively. But I like that relationship between the anons and the people that are out there. So my daughter's your age. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're probably up to speed on the Zoomer lore, so you understand the you probably see some of the dynamic firsthand. Andy, yeah, Andy. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, Andy's see, that's the thing. That's the kind of energy you kind of want. And especially for someone that age. You just be a guy casually on the stream, you know. It doesn't have to be anything high pressure. It's just YouTube after all. All right. Oh, you just watched the new Halloween? How was that? How was that, subject to change? I saw the last one in theaters. Curious what that's all about. Did I miss anybody? What do we got? What do we got? Yeah, towards the end of the AA stream, the latest unpopular opinions, we got into some of the music stuff. If anybody missed that, it's after the three main topics we went over. Talked about some of my favorite bands, and it's nice to have a dialogue with British types because it seems like they have more of a claim to talk about it than me, technically. But and they're also they got age over me. But it is interesting to not be totally out of sync with them, because if I am, it seems like they would certainly call me out on it. But that didn't happen, so I think we were safe. We were safe in good company. Oh, Douglas, John, Derbyshire has hinted at that. Yeah, I don't tune into Radio Derb. I'm sort of I was curious. I didn't know what the status was, rather. Yeah. See, you guys remember. Yeah. The January 6th reference on in the Halloween franchise. Yeah, who could have guessed? So we have maybe 2.5 good Halloween movies out of how many? I'm talking about in the entire franchise. Let me see. If I didn't miss anybody. All right, I just want to verify. I want to get it right. Yeah, Flippy Hambone. Yeah, I clicked on some Morgoth videos to watch later because I wanted to. I was reading his elephant on stilts article at a diner. So, that's a funny anecdote. That's a funny anecdote. So, first of all, one of the things that was covered in the AA episode, Unpopular Opinions, that night, it must have been that night. I went out to dinner and I had some chicken. I had some chicken with mashed potatoes. And it was one of those moments where like I couldn't eat anything. I couldn't eat anything after that. I need that. I need that, as you guys know. But I had such a cozy dinner. And that night when I went home, that's when the Kanye tweets started happening. And I was tuning into Cozy. I was previously in a Twitter space, which shout out to Chris and Floral Park. Shout out to Chris and Floral Park, another person who keeps me up to date in Twitter spaces, always bringing that East Coast sensibility that I would like to assimilate into somehow. But anyway, that was like a sequence of events that night where it's like I had no idea. It seems like people had no idea that we were going to have weeks of content after that. And you've seen mainstream conservatives react to it or lack thereof. And it just seems like that's going to be a memorable night because it wasn't just an average random day that it seemed to happen. But the fact that it wasn't like out of nowhere completely is what made it like more significant for me. But that's so funny to go home and then, oh, we got some content in the late hours of the night. I just can't imagine Kanye going on his phone and then going to bed unaware of the fact of what is about to transpire. 4 days. And then I mean, since then, you guys probably saw the thing about the banks and people's reactions. It's just the whole thing is it's so much dissident content from a mainstream figure. So I know Thomas was pretty critical on it, but this is something that I think we're rarely going to see in the foreseeable future. Maybe a little bit of here and there, but that's pretty interesting that you and especially for somebody like Kanye. I mean, I know I'm a man of rock and roll, and this rap hip hop stuff is not exactly my wheelhouse. But even if it isn't my bag per se, he is, you can't really make sense of the 2010s Zoomer culture without addressing some of the moments with Kanye. So it is interesting. It is interesting. Because I think it would be a lot different if it was any other rapper. So I know, celebrity news, some people would probably scoff at this as TMZ tier, but all our people are getting banned off of the internet. Can we just have a little, can we feel the adrenaline for a night after having some chicken, after having some Southern fried chicken with the mashed potatoes? Now I'm just thinking about that. A little distracted here, but that was a good meal. I gotta do that to myself without neglecting the diet. So since 2012, yo, Elon. Yeah, and then you got Elon trying to get into Twitter, some of the texts between him and Jack Dorsey. I like the momentum. I like the mini M&Ms too. So. I was part of the Elvis 2022 finally. Oh, excuse me. I saw part of Elvis. What I saw was very good. We'll probably watch. Yo, please do. Please do. We'll be curious to hear. I'll remember that, subject to change. Ace will remember that. Check out the Elvis movie and I'll ask you about it. All right. Let's let me find. Yo, thank you, Paul Allen. It is a real human being stream. I try to. All right. First of all, let me share this clip. This was a nice clip from Twitter. This is why stuff like this is why you got to be on Twitter. Okay, first of all, was that audio playing through? I have to. You got to be kidding me. It is so over. We are so. Oh, no. Why would it not have audio? Well, that was unexpected. I'll put the link in chat. That's pretty funny, though. But anyways, some wholesome Nixon content for anybody curious, but we can move on. This is what I was talking about with, can we do a little bit more clear? There was a natural affinity between, and we must forge an alliance of Gen X, raised on the aspiration, exuberance, and optimism of colorful 90s pop culture, and a generation that is currently rushing back to God after growing up trenched in atheism, and the disassociative, sarcastic, nihilistic Gen Z, which lacks two things it needs: hope and joy. An alliance with Gen X resolves another potentially fatal shortcoming of Gen Z. The latter yearns for a past it cannot access or even find reliable accounts of. This is a cruel burden. But Gen X still remembers village afternoon tea, courtship, Sunday school, and the Queen's Christmas message. Zoomers won't need to conjure absurd homages to bygone social rituals like gentle minion outings when they have access to the authentic traditions of Christendom that millennials do not know. So we didn't, it Didn't get the full text there, but oh, am I not sharing screens? This show, this is what happens when you don't have a script. You get all this. Ugh. Look, well, listen. It's wisdom, so let's share it. Yo, Dungeon Sith in the Vidar Castle. There you go. Okay, sorry, complicated business. Let me try this again. There is natural affinity between, and we must forge an alliance of Gen X, raised on the aspiration, exuberance, and optimism of colorful 90s pop culture, and a generation that is currently rushing back to God after growing up drenched in atheism, and the disassociative, sarcastic, nihilistic Gen Z, which lacks two things it needs: hope and joy. An alliance with Gen X resolves another potentially fatal shortcoming of Gen Z. The latter yearns for a past it cannot access or even find reliable accounts of. This is a cruel burden. Gen X still remembers afternoon tea, courtship, Sunday school, and the Queen's Christmas message. Zoomers won't need to conjure absurd homages to bygone social rituals like gentle minion outings when they have access to the authentic traditions of Christendom that millennials do not know and cannot. And I apologize for not having the full thing there, but I think you guys can interpret the message there. So that was one of the things I was talking with Garak about. The other thing, let me go fishing here. Ah, why didn't that? For those talking about the Kanye thing, let me share screens now. This is a cruel Jay Burden show. That was also going through my mind. Thank you, Rarebit. I'm glad I wasn't the only one. Yes, Trevor Armstrong. That was Milo. That was pretty interesting because recently he's been talking about movies he's watched, among other things too. Christian stuff. But that one caught my eye, that he was doing some commentary there. This is Academic Agent's Twitter account, and check it out. You got one of the people we've mentioned before on the show, Razor Fist, finding it and seemingly agreeing with the commentary there. So that's kind of interesting. I saw Lauren Chen, I think from Blaze, and I saw Candace Owens. We're still defending their guy. And it's just interesting that even like AA's Twitter account doesn't have like a mega amount of people. Not the most popular, probably right-leaning account on Twitter. But for Razor Fist to find stuff like that, I think that's kind of a similar thing happening with Tucker, talking about raw egg nationalists. And you don't have to agree with a lot of people like that. A lot of them aren't very religious, unfortunately, it seems. But the fact that, you know, I would consider Razor Fist in that same league with 2017 and before mainstream BoomerCon stuff. But when the dissident right has all the energy and all the momentum, it's going to be hard to ignore in the future. So that's a white pill that I don't think most people would see, or see that as something that we can make a trajectory of how things are going. But I like the positivity of stuff like that. So that's pretty funny that of all people, and somebody who seems to steer away from some of the bigger questions within conservatism, when you get mainstream news like this, you know, people are finding out about it, they can start to ask questions to themselves. So, and that's the thing. I wanted to mention the fact that in that Nixon clip you see, let me share screens once more. How cringe a Razor Fist takes? That's a good question. It's been a, oh, whoops. Here, hold on. Let me. I have also dipped out, so I am curious what the guy's up to. Okay. Hey, good to see Kira in chat. At the end of this clip, was it at the very end? Yeah. There he is. Somebody who I've mentioned on the, I think, one or two speeches, but David Frost. David Frost is the basically playing the same role as the SPLC, the ADL. He is an agitator who goes after people like Nixon and Enoch Powell. And people like him are continued to be rewarded in society today. But in the 70s, I argue this is kind of the beginning of these bio-Leninist types, this pundit class projecting power towards people that were elected. It's just so ironic because they're being ousted by people like David Frost, who, you know, I don't think them as media figures are really, doing anything remarkable, and yet they have enough power to discredit people that were won into office through popular consent. So I think for those that haven't seen the speeches, that some of those dynamics are often not laid out. People talk about wokeness broadly. People talk about the media is out of control, but that doesn't really get at the heart of what's really happening there. And then I want to give, I think that's over here. I want to give a shout out to Garak's Substack Unreconstructed, because looks like he's getting some high rollers in from Chronicles magazine. That's so I consider Garak, I mean, him and Nigel Carlsbad, among others. I mean, when you get people that I was introduced through Twitter that can, do some networking online, so to speak, that's the kind of thing that, one of the positive attributes of the digital age. It's not all bad, because there are some white pills like that. Did I put Garak's info in chat? Yo, Pepe, I saw you in the I think the live chats of one of the speeches, maybe. But good to see you here. Let me get Garak's Substack. Thank you, Kara. The I should talk about Aristotle. Yeah, Aristotle's a pretty interesting guy. There was a Nick clip that I saw, I think on Instagram. No, it must have been Twitter. It was Clipsell. I'd like to put that in chat if I may. Since there's no audio, this was something that stuck with me. Let me find, what is today, the 14th? Oh, man. It seemed like it was recent. Let me, oh, there it is. Check out this, how do I share the, here we go. There you go. But since audio seems to be an obstacle tonight, what that clip describes is people look at religion and probably Catholic philosophy specifically as separate from conventional philosophy. But to answer Kira's question about Aristotle, we can look at the Greek culture as, or the Greek philosophers rather, as probably the peak of knowledge up to that point, and then Catholic philosophy becomes the pinnacle or the synthesis of what the Greeks figured out. And so I know that it can be confusing, the fact that these Greeks were able to figure so much out and yet not be conventional Christians. But when they start to think along similar terms, it makes you wonder, well, I think it's easier to not understand that if we just isolate the Greek period, the BC period. But after, the New Testament stories happen, I think that puts everything into perspective as far as, what choice do people have to make to understand the context of the history of philosophy. So, I don't think Aristotle had all the pieces per se, or I guess everything per se would be appropriate, but that clip I think describes it a lot more succinctly. But thank you for asking someone who's majoring in philosophy as for that stuff, because I haven't really gotten into the Greek stuff since last semester. So we have been talking a lot about Marxism. And because we're talking about Marx, we're talking about Hegel, thankfully. So that was something that helped me before the last speech, talking about spirit, talking about, I think Kira could get into some of that stuff. I think she's in a similar headspace. Thoughts on the allegory of the cave? Yeah, pretty relatable premise. Some matrix, some matrix premises there. So, bass guitars. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I salute you. Thank you, bass guitarist. Thoughts on the Communist Manifesto? Yeah. My teacher was talking about how Das Kapital. What was he saying? How in a way that Marx is defending capitalism in a way. But oh man, he was saying a lot of conventional Marxists interpreted a certain way, and he said they're all wrong. But it's one of those, like, it's something you guys have probably heard already, but it was funny to kind of hear it in person. And I think there's some people in the class who are sympathetic to it. And so there definitely seems to be a clashing of ideas in the classroom. That's why you guys got to go to college. There's some content in there, and you guys can get a front row view of the whole ordeal. Yo, Kira, reading communist material? What's going on? What's going on over there? Never read Marx. Yeah, it is. The Lenin stuff is interesting. That's from the first speech. But no, the communist stuff, you can learn just how to like how shallow a lot of the materialism is, because they want to look at Hegel without the metaphysics, and then their movements often are yearning for something else. It's this utopia thinking. But you start to see a lot of the shortcomings when you see it explained in a classroom. Obviously, this is like elementary stuff, but I don't know. It's always fun to go back to the basics. And it's so funny to me because like when they're talking about the superstructure, when they're talking about American culture, how the Frankfurt School tries to confront the and I think Spangler talks about it too, how American industry and the government and the media creates synthetic culture to prevent people from being self-aware, isolating themselves from their true self. They managed to figure all that out, but then they still want to do away with metaphysics, which, that's where you can find, or that can help you find, rather, your true self. And when they're talking about the superstructure, it's hard for me to not think about something that C. Wright Mills talks about, I think, the managerialism. And so then you can start to see some of the James Burnham stuff. You start to see the dissonant right stuff that, Academic Agent has made videos about. Start to see the Italian school of elite theory. But these Marxists, they're like, they just have it out for religion, and they don't see that, even if even if they check all the boxes for their worldview, the Marxist worldview, they're still missing stuff that keeps people fulfilled in the long term. So again, not groundbreaking by any stretch, but I should do it. No, I don't think I'm going to do that. Yeah, Reagan Lodge. Hard left side. No, there you go, Reagan Lodge. And that's the positive boomer instinct, the fact that, you don't have to be a bookworm to get it. And so it's just so funny to me that all these Marxists want to surround themselves with books and still not get it. So go figure. Oh man. Maybe it's a tough crowd tonight, the Kantian riff. Well, that's funny, Flippy Hambo. He was also arguing that Kant ruined philosophy. That was the other take. But I'm trying to think if there was anything like juicy in any of the classes. Man, it's not as eventful as you'd probably think, especially in California too. But I think you can imagine the climate. They have no metaphysical basis. They're just, yeah, there you go. Thank you, Jack. Yeah. No, you can imagine the college types, the Herbert Marcuse, students, people from the New Left in the 60s who think that because you have like we talked about, the pundit class, because you have this intellectual class, and you see that with Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson, these people mold the things that college students trust, and then they become the professors, and then they project culture onto the next generation. And so if you're a hippie in the 60s and you're sort of wooed by, people who string a bunch of words together, it's just like the Enlightenment, when you have a smart leftist talking to a bunch of people who can't read, guess who starts following who. But no, but you guys get it. You guys understand. What the heck do you learn in philosophy classes that a table is a table? I remember I had a counselor who told me when she thinks about philosophy classes, it's like it's just a bunch of people talking for talking's sake, which isn't totally inaccurate. But no, last year was really when I started to grasp like Hegel and, you know, kind of what Carlsbad gets into, the conceptual history rather than just looking at things one dimensionally. So I know that's maybe not a full answer, but just not looking at like the narrative of history in this linear way. I think like what Thomas Carlyle talks about, how great men can represent the climate of their time, you know, like Napoleon being able to, you know, having the capacity to do what he did. That's like the Overton window shifting in Europe. I think it would probably be a much more easier to just talk about like Trump. You know, Trump kind of represents the fact that we don't want George Bush or Barack Obama. Instead, what the public is asking for is something more pre-modern, something that harkens back to, and even people my age who didn't even live through the past could sympathize with the fact that obviously when you have, you know, the Uniparty, something like that is not going to be sexy or palatable to people who don't even understand the ramifications of all of the what would you say, just the hyper liberal personality. It's not compelling to people who are thinking of common sense. And so Trump is kind of the perfect symbol because, you know, obviously, as we saw, he was kind of a boomer, didn't fully get it or how to outmaneuver DC, but instinctively, you know, he represents, there is a tide turning. There's a tide turning in culture and young people. And so now some people would say that the revolution failed, you know. The FDR managerial revolution seemed to last a long time, but compared to something like Trump, this just seemed like a slight speed bump as far as the elites were concerned. But you know, maybe that's not even an appropriate way to frame it all. How about this? Of course, I think it's inevitable that you have something like heavy metal, because after we have Elvis, after we have the Beatles, music is going in a distorted territory. The playing electric guitar is not always going to sound like surf rock. It's not always going to sound like the stuff that you hear in big band. And so, as much as I disagree with the hippies, well, it's funny because a lot of like the metal sounding stuff didn't really come from the hippies. The hippies were listening to folk rock. This metal thing, this British thing, I think that's the natural progression from rock and roll. And then punk rock is the next phase of that lineage. And so people who want to say that like punk rock is noise, metal is like a mistake in the lineage of music, you have to ask yourself, how much longer were we going to have big band? How much longer were we going to have lounge singers? You know, I don't have a problem with people galvanized by that who are, you know, from the jazz era, but people who are playing guitars are going to start to figure stuff out, you know. I used to wonder how come metal wasn't invented during the Great Depression or during wartime. You would expect that climate to be itching for heavier and heavier stuff, but the innovation just didn't seem to be there. But we eventually got there, and that's why I think people who say that metal is not defendable, because it's just there's not enough melody. It doesn't sound like, it's not easy for everybody to listen to it. I think it's doing the exact same thing as classical music. But like I said, the analogy is I'm talking about the climate. You know, if we can think in Hegelian terms, the climate for heavy metal was too soon during the flappers and the Great Depression and World War II. Not yet, not yet. But once you get the Phil Spector sound and technology increasing throughout the 60s, then people start to grasp that you can do something more with the blues. And so now you can see young people, even if they're not music theory people, this kind of gets into how people who are right leaning but don't really like the philosophy stuff see it as like a separate archetype. That's the same thing with music. Not everybody is like can read sheet music, or some people just go based on feel. But I think that that story of music it's developing, and as it changes, even if people don't understand, you know, this goes back to Mozart and then goes back to Dick Dale, it's still part of that story, because all of these people are fulfilling a role in music that like it couldn't exist without the relationship. You see what I'm saying? You can't have you can't get all the way to thrash metal without having people throughout history, great men in history. So to bring it back to the Thomas Carlyle point, you know, it's not, you know, the egomaniac rock star who makes it all about himself. That's really antithetical to music. Even though he is the front man, or he is, you know, galvanizing. I think about Kid Rock at Woodstock 99. How can you not feel like you're the man when you're got a sold out audience in front of you? But understand your place within the story of your band. You know, the new metal thing is predicated on, you know, the 80s metal bands, and then the 80s metal bands goes back to the 70s glam, and it's, you know, eventually it all goes back to Elvis. But you're part of this story, you're part of this narrative, and your arc within it doesn't exist because of you alone, because of your labor alone. And then that gets into the Hegelian Geist, the spirit. But that, I think around last year, that's when I started to realize the relationships, you know, when you see, you know, I used to be kind of cynical and think, you know, the punk rockers may have got it right. The band should be no different from the fans. The bands and the fans are the same. It's just they're on stage and we just so happen to be in the audience. But I do like the elitism. I like that Led Zeppelin is on a giant stage. I like that the arena rock bands are, you know, they have this giant presentation. Now it's a bit annoying when, you know, they take the ego thing too far and start to revel in that. I think that's antithetical, but there should be that distinction. There should be that distinction between, yeah, they are the band, and we're on a different level in terms of hierarchy. So that's why I defend elitism. Elitism is how you get good music. Elitism creates incentives to not, you know, you don't want to be an egalitarian in the music industry. You don't want to lower the barrier of entry for everybody to make an album, because not everybody can make an album. So anyways, now we're getting into the stuff that me and bass guitarists were talking about. So oh man. Thoughts on Adam Smith? Well, it's a bit complicated. He, you know, I think the Chicago school thinkers, they kind of glamorize him a bit too much. So, or was I born in New Jersey? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I don't mean to disrespect the classical musical legacy. Heard Led Zeppelin. What do you think of Greta Van Fleet? I was thinking about this earlier today. You know, I say I want bands that sound like the past, and then I criticize Greta Van Fleet. Why is that? The thing about Greta Van Fleet is they have the same problem as the new wave of traditional heavy metal. Friend of mine, Chess Jimmy's on Twitter and Instagram. Cool guy. He reminded me how new wave of traditional heavy metal is not going to usher in the new wave of metal, because just because you can have an album that sounds like the past, it's a bit futile, because if you already have the albums that they sound like. So it's not enough to be a copycat band. And I think that Greta Van Fleet, I think the intention is in the right place. The fact that it's, you know, we want music that sounds like Zeppelin in the 70s, but you got to mix it with something else. I think the best type of music has basically two genres competing against each other in the music. So that's why a band like Rival Sons, I think, is a lot closer to the model that people should emulate. Rival Sons at some points sounds like The Doors. At some points it sounds like Zeppelin. Sometimes it sounds like Cream. I think that is the dynamic that is going to inspire people, not bands that sound just like Zeppelin. So it's like they got half the formula, and so maybe I shouldn't criticize it totally, but I just, you know, that Greta Van Fleet is not that impressive in my opinion. So I like that they're young guys. I like that they're trying, and they're being rewarded for it. So they probably what they're doing according to them is probably working, but that's not the solution long term. So, but I liked some of that first album. But what I hear on the radio from them is it kind of feels like they're captured. They found their niche, and I don't know if we're gonna be hearing. I don't know if I would trust them to be the solution. King Sports Cow, yeah, The Darkness. That's another one that gets cited. I think even someone like Jack White is kind of doing it right. It's kind of my fault for not totally diving in, but he's also got the respect for the classics, and you can probably hear some of that on his records, including that Elvis track from Memphis to Elvis, if I remember right. Yo, metal was the re-Europification, Europeanization of it. That's interesting. Uh-oh. Conspiracy theory. I'd like to hear that. I'm curious. I talk about my counselor, and there's speculation about. Typical. You plan on streaming with Thomas again at some point. The plan is tomorrow. There's going to be a stream. So stay tuned. If you want to see Thomas. Oh man, oh man. Do we got moderators in chat? Moderators. Calling all patriots to get this Tinder XYZ out of here. Yeah, George Puente. Tell me about it. I'm reading some of your guys's I think some of the stuff I missed. Yo! Thank you, Trouble Armstrong. Yeah, McIntyre. And I think he's Christian too. So that's pretty cool hearing that from him. Yeah, Aquinas was more Aristotelian than Aristotle. Paul W. Hall. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thoughts on Tom Waits. Also, congrats on 2K. Thank you, Paul W. Hall. Excuse me. I tried to listen to that first album. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm too young to get it, but I don't find it particularly compelling. So I don't know. Maybe Christopher Sandbadge can help me out. So I don't mean to maybe if you got like a recommendation, I'd like to I'm open to having my mind changed, but it was a bit maybe I just haven't listened to enough stuff. I find Zepp's best songs are the ones that are pure originals. Mate. The chat, man, the chat. What was I saying? Well, I'm a bit disoriented. Zeppelin. Well, I don't know for sure which ones are originals, but speaking of some of the things said in chat, it's kind of relevant. Maybe this is me. Maybe this says something about me, but I really like the mellower Zeppelin songs. My favorite Zeppelin song, people may not believe me, is Since I've Been Loving You on Zeppelin 3. Now, Zeppelin 3 is more of a folk album, but to me, that groove, that atmosphere, and the solo, that's probably one of my favorite Jimmy Page solos, probably besides Dazed and Confused. But I really like their more mellow stuff. What's the oh man, because I already said Dazed and Confused, and again stuff like that. Even though it's heavy, it's still like moody. But I guess some of the other ones are pretty heavy though. Maybe not as much moody. Because let me think. Oh, Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You. Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You. Yeah, that was my other. Those two are top 5. And on the first Zeppelin album, which has Dazed and Confused and Communication Breakdown. Communication Breakdown is probably one of my least favorite songs on there, to be honest. People would expect me, being the metal guy, to cling towards the faster stuff, but they've got me on some of the more lovey-dovey songs. Even Friends from Zeppelin 3. So yeah, When the Levee Breaks, that's pretty, I mean, it's bluesy, not too heavy. So yeah, that's also Yeah, I think people would expect me to probably defend rock and roll and communication breakdown. And I like those songs, but I'm not usually gonna put that on. And then the blues songs, I Can't Quit You, Baby, and You Shook Me. I mean, those are the songs that I cling to. So I'm supposed to be the metal guy, but arguably one of the first metal bands or pivotal bands for metal. I like all the sappy women's songs. So um Zeppelin 3. Yeah, I know Zeppelin 3. I'd imagine that rubbed people the wrong way because it was so different. But you can still hear, so you got Immigrant Song on there, you got Friends, Celebration Day. To me, that's all still in tune with the previous two albums. No Quarter, I don't fully get it. It's kind of like the Rain song. I feel like those are very specific songs. And it's like I have to be in a certain mood to really want to hear that. So, uh, not to critique it, it's doing its own thing, but I don't usually go for those per se. Your super chat charged me didn't even. Oh, Green Glassful. Oh man, I'm sorry. Did I'll check if it I don't see your thing in here. I'm sorry about that. Maybe it'll go through in a few seconds. If you want to ask, I'll you got my time, man. Green Glassful. Good to see you in here, though. Someone was asking about Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde, I think, is the funniest person in the last 20 years. I think that's what comedians should use as a model. That's what Zoomer humor really is Sam Hyde. Jack, yeah. His $1 Million Extreme is the best thing to be on TV in probably 15 years. I can't think of a show that really comes close as far as like comedy. I mean, I know they're kind of riffing off of the Adult Swim style, the Tim and Eric show, but the Tim and Eric show is nowhere near as funny as Sam. It's not even close. And Nick Rochefort. I mean, just people that are really tapping into to timeless humor. And then their YouTube videos, Grok was sharing an old one, and it's just like, man, these guys, like Sam says, like 10 years ago, their show would have been probably celebrated by mainstream types. No, Charles, no, I don't. I haven't been keeping up. Yo, bass guitarist. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Thank you for the space last night. If that was last night, I'm getting a bit foggy. Thank you, man. Thank you for $5. Happy Halloween, you filthy animal. Also, congrats. Yeah, thank you guys. You guys make the show. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, bass guitarist. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Follow him on Twitter. Stay tuned for his music. Check out his spaces. The guy's I see the guy in spaces, so he's just like me. Literally me. Two ahead of their time. Yeah, Sam. George Puente. How big in a Christian mysticism? He's big. Oh, sorry. Oh, Jack, you're talking about Charles. Sorry, I was reading things out of order. Is that right? He's okay. Well, that's pretty interesting. Does he stream that stuff? I'd be curious if he's talking about that stuff. Thoughts on, yeah, Jack. Yeah, obviously that guy is very has got some baggage. It's very unfortunate because, you know, just like a lot of people from that side of the right, they just don't seem to they seem to have skeletons in their closet. So if only people on the right could just be more normal, just be a bit more every weekend. Oh, that's interesting. Well, thank you, Jack. I'm gonna try and find that. What y'all know about Bill Hicks is a little too Gen X for me, in my opinion. Not really like comedy, you know what I mean? All my love off into the out there. Yeah, thank you, thank you. What a oh man, what's Hicks is kind of a hey man. Let me what was that song on In Through the Outdoor? Might have been the last one. I'm gonna crawl, man. That's probably my favorite song on the record. That is, man, man, it's 1 in the morning. I'm well, hey, thank you for thank you for contributing. Thank you for being in chat based guitars. Appreciate you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Here it is. Uh oh. All these accusations in chat. My goodness. It seems like medieval. Well, Ryan Young, I think it's important to remember the medieval era because you know that's how you can probably use that as a model to avoid modern temptation. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that what people perceive Christianity to be is you know what they assume about it. I think we can get people to think in a pre-modern way. Live and love and made. Yeah, stuff like that. Stuff like that is probably what people assume I would like. Live and love and made. Heartbreaker. Wow, wow, wow. But it gets a little repetitive too quickly. Yo. Brandon the man in chats. I was gonna text you, big guy. I was gonna text you for I wanted to give you some content to get through the shift. We are in the graveyard shift after all, so it's nice to be in good company. Do I even let me do you think that rock will ever reach its 80s level of popularity again? Do we even want that? I think you're getting to something with the latter. It seems like whenever our guys become mainstream, they often cave. You look at Guns N' Roses for the Use Your Illusion tour. Yeah, they could do whatever they wanted, and that seemed to come at their detriment. They started to sound like Queen. They started to sound like Elton John. And when you look at a band like Metallica, who got tired of the metal style and pivoted to blues rock, hard rock, And I think when you get to that mainstream level, it gives you different appetites. So I think it's almost better to never reach total mainstream level. Bands seem to have that aspiration, and so maybe priorities need to shift a little bit. But I think what would be more preferable is the things that the new wave of traditional heavy metal bands are doing is riffing off of an older style, getting younger people in those bands, younger relative to the legacy bands like Iron Maiden. But I think they need to be a bit more younger. I think we need, more 20 somethings carrying the torch. And they also need to be listening to different subgenres, because when you got bands that, dress themselves up as an 80s aesthetic, like I saw one of those bands a couple months back, and it's nice to see the 80s style on stage, but we need to, like I said earlier, we got to combine it with another genre. The way that Rival Sons sounds like three different bands. That's the stuff that I think is going to be sustainable, rather than a metal band like Stallion. I think a lot of the if you go to that channel, New Wave of Traditional Heavy Metal albums, I think they got like an archive of the latest 80s sounding metal bands. And that stuff just becomes a crutch. And I don't think those people are going to draw the audience that they would like to get. So honestly, things like tribute bands, if you had younger people in tribute bands, I think that would galvanize people. But as far as achieving the 80s mainstream status, I think that does more harm than good in the long run. So I would just like younger people to get the torch passed on to them, so that, we don't have to, the only young people that we see at concerts are boomers bringing their kids. That there has to be a punk rock renaissance. There has to be a CBGB's revival, because the bands that are popular online, that's not like a local culture. It's just people doing garage band, doing, stuff privately. And we would like the scene. We need the scene to make it into something real. So that's the thing. I feel like a lot of the newer metal bands are synthetic. They're overproduced. Nuclear Blast is contributing to this. Rick Rubin has probably done some harm to the legacy of metal. So it's just about taking the music away from the older generation. And I don't think that that's subversive. That's what was happening before the 90s. But then the internet gave everybody the opportunity to have their band. And look what happened, So it's complicated. You're telling bands you don't want them to become famous. Well, maybe we have to have a different definition of fame, a different way of doing popularity. We don't want arenas per se, but you also don't just want like an online fan base. So that's the thing. That's where it gets complicated. You weren't even born in the 80s. Nice to see. No. I'm King Sports. I know you're just giving me a hard time, but what I'm saying is I've seen bands that are clearly doing an 80s style, and it's younger guys doing it, but all they're doing is the flashy aesthetic, and you need something more than that. So it's just about changing priorities and reevaluating what you want out of these genres, because I don't think people understand how to keep the music alive. I think when they see Iron Maiden sell out stadiums, and they see all these 80s legacy bands continue to make money and put out records, I think they see that as a continuation of what they were doing in their heyday, but they're doing it at a significantly lower level, you know? Even if they fill out a stadium, those are the same people that were there in the 80s. So that's not continuing the development. That's keeping the genre within a specific decade. And that's what we talked about with the hippies in the last speech. So you gotta think outside of your generation. What are the Zoomers going to pass on to Generation Alpha? If we try and hog it all to ourselves, we're not gonna stand out within the generations, and so that it's about learning what did the millennials do wrong, what did Gen X do wrong. So it's people have to be thinking about that long arc, that long narrative that we're sharing with other people. It's not about us. It's not all about us. We wouldn't even be here without the people that galvanized us. So, how are we gonna, what torch are we gonna be passed with, and what's gonna be after that? So maybe that's a little too general, but the Greta Van Fleet model is futile. The even metal, the metal, the nuclear blast gets credentials for hosting a lot of bands. Frontiers Records signs on all the bands from the late 80s. But I mean, the albums that they're putting out, that you can't really say that's part of the same discography as, I mean, this is a new breed of music. This is something very modern. Yeah, you got the members in the band. Well, what more do you want? You got your people represented. Yeah, but they're doing it at a different level. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. And the fans defend it. The fans still show up. They still want to go to the concerts. They want to participate in the nostalgic culture. And young people need to see that we're not going to be able to do that in 10 years when they retire. Then what? We wasted 10 years doing a bunch of, promoting albums that aren't being bought, but, they get promoted in Ultimate Classic Rock. They get promoted on Loudwire. But I mean, this is, the 2010s are not a distinct decade. What people say about movies applies to music. What is the big pivotal cultural moment in the 2010s music wise? It's not innovation in the same way as the Phil Spector sound. It's not the same thing that the Beatles were doing when they were doing Sgt. Pepper's. They're just churning out albums because they can. David Ellefson talked about how it doesn't even make sense for a band that's been around for over 30 years to make an album, because they never make the same profit that they would have when MTV was giving them promo. So it's like the album is a chore. The album is for, it seems like it's more for the band themselves to like prove to themselves. So yeah, I know the bands that we like are still touring. Yes, we still like to see them, but that's not how the music is supposed to mature. The music is supposed to reset every 10 years. And you're not people. It's like when people get their music taste from their parents. And I started there, but hear me out. You're supposed to start with your parents and then build from that and find your thing. Some people, they stop with what they grew up with, and they say that's me. That's what I am. But I'm talking about when it comes to music, you're supposed to do some investigating, but that requires will, that requires stepping outside the bubble. So people that are just shilling the things that their parents like, yeah, we can say that we like it, but I mean, don't be surprised when you see the same thing every 3 or so years, because you got a whole generation of people that aren't even thinking about that are, what kind of music's going to be made 10, 20 years later. They're just they're hogging all the labor from the past, and they're saying, man, we can keep that stuff for like 20 years because there's so much of it. And you can do that for yourself. But if everybody starts doing that, we're all just like hogging on to the same handful of bands, and then there's nothing new. So there's got to be young people on the front lines. You got to have your autists on standby doing the basement tours. Yes, Ryan, you're right. I am, excuse me, I'm majoring in philosophy. Speaking of that, I got a homework assignment due in like 30 minutes. It's in my notebook, but I have to copy and paste it onto a Word doc. So I think I'm going to step away from the desk. I think I'm going to get that real quick if you guys don't mind. I'm not going to have to like do my full homework in front of you guys, but I just need to copy and paste it onto a Word doc and then go to Canvas if that's appropriate, if you don't mind. College student, by the way. Rock should be a young man's game. Exactly. These boomers, I can imagine them saying, so what, you want all our favorite bands to retire? Well, if they did, hypothetically, that would create an incentive to innovate. So, yeah, I mean, they're kind of holding up the agreement that we had. They're kind of holding up their end of the contract that was supposed to be inherited to us. And they're saying, give us 10 more years. Give us another decade. Hey, man, we still got a lot of bands that still want to churn out forgettable albums. Can we extend the contract? Keep extending. And meanwhile, you got a bunch of Zoomers that are like, okay, well, we're going to go listen to rap. We're going to go listen to dream pop. And then the boomers are like, where are you guys? We just had the Whitesnake show last week and you weren't there. What gives? Oh, yeah, man, we heard all that stuff. It's on the radio. We got tired of it. Oh, you still want to extend the contract? Okay, I'll see you next weekend. What do you expect? Bafangul. All right, I'll be right back. Sit tight. And we're back. All right. That would be insane, Jack. That would be a... Yes, Ryan, exactly. That was the big red pill. That's the philosophy red pill. When you find out that all these philosophers don't want to do metaphysics, they basically concede that the best thing that they have is materialism, and that's not enough. So let me. No, King Sports Cal. That is the common critique. But I do think a lot of cool stuff happens at college. I mean, look at the speeches. Look at the speeches on the channel. All right. We're going to go canvas mode. Yeah, is this what everybody has? So, if we have any remaining questions. Oh, thank you. Thank you, George Puente. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, Jack, that is something to think about. The fact that the Rolling Stones are, and okay, that was actually said in the Twitter space from last night with me and my dad were in there, and this guy was asking, did you know that the guy who wrote, oh man, what is it? No One Here Gets Out Alive. I forget that guy's name, Sugarman, something like that. Apparently, he was claiming that that guy went up to Axl Rose and said, you could do the Jim Morrison model, and you could do sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and that can be our legacy. And according to him, he said Axl Rose said something to the effect of, I don't want to do the Jim Morrison model. I want to do the Mick Jagger one. And because, for those of you that know, the Rolling Stones just kept they were the old band by the time the 80s came, and they just kept going. It seemed like they just kept continuing on and on. And that's what Axl Rose wanted, to have something more like that rather than a flash in the pan that you could say Jim Morrison kind of did. So those are like two separate models for being a band. Do you want to be really innovative briefly, or do you want to extend your discography and keep going? Well, if you do that, you run the risk of overstaying your welcome. So, and the thing about Guns N' Roses is it's not like they kept making albums, they just kept delaying. Like, they would perform, but I mean, it wouldn't be for anything in particular. They would just tour. So they end up filling a void that should be filled by young people. So again, it's like, it's complicated because, we owe them, a debt is owed to them for creating the luxury that we have. But then they basically muddy they also get in the way of the people that are supposed to be there while they are too. And that was kind of a messy way to say it, but oh, King Sports Cow. I don't know if I've heard them before. Let me see. Did I miss any? Ace, if you ever feel like cringing or falling asleep. Oh, I've heard about Grok introduced me to that guy. Not literally, but I didn't know he was out there before Mr. Obama told me. Oh man, is that recent? Did he recently do that, or is that old lore? Do you think if he could, Ryan? What's that in reference to? Do you think? Sorry, excuse me. Do you think the White Stripes feel weirdly out of place? They feel straight out of the late 60s, early 70s for me with their aesthetic and simple tunes. Well, that's funny you bring that up. That's what I was thinking of when I was talking about Jack White. In a way, he's kind of doing the same thing that Greta Van Fleet does and that I criticize, but I think he's much more eclectic. Struggle to say that. Eclectic. And so yeah, technically they're a little out of place, but then you got other bands kind of doing similar things like The Darkness. So they're kind of in this category of newer bands playing older music. But I think that's the model worth emulating. Because a band like The Doors, in my opinion, doesn't really fit in the late 60s. I know that there was like a psychedelic rock scene that is almost like the radical antithesis of the hippies, even though the Doors were hippies and Ozzy was a hippie. All the, I imagine Led Zeppelin were hippies. I think they are sympathetic. The way that they talk about, the San Francisco types, it seems like they are very romantic towards those people. But I feel like their music doesn't really translate with their beliefs. You know what I mean? Like, even though even though even though they would probably agree more with the hippies that they would meet at a folk concert, they're definitely not usually playing that kind of music. So there's kind of a clashing of identities there. You kind of have to listen to their music and then nothing else, it seems. I know that sounds kind of antithetical that we're basically using these people transactionally, but to me, the Doors have more of a home in the 70s because that's when metal starts to develop and some people start to become self-aware of it and kind of, but by the time you get to the 80s, that's kind of when you have a self-aware metal identity with like Metallica and thrash in the Bay Area. And you got like the new wave of British heavy metal. In the 70s, I think if you were a metal guy, it was still like a weird thing that you would have to justify if somebody asked. In the 80s, it's like, oh yeah, metal. That's like one of the genres that people know. But I mean, like I said, the Doors getting banned from the Whiskey A Go Go in LA, that shows you that the whiskey was wrong to ban them. They thought that was too radical. Actually, that was the future of that genre, and people were basically giving them the Beatles treatment. So it kind of shows you how the trends change and how you can find these little moments where people don't realize they're changing. Like, look at the Rolling Stone magazine reviews of the Led Zeppelin albums. I think, and I think Cream magazine too. Or excuse me, no. I think it was mostly Rolling Stone who gets that reputation. But them being critical of Zeppelin indicts them. The fact that The fact that excuse me, this is why you shouldn't multitask. But that shows you that even the people at the time, you know, the pundit class, like we say, the culture critics, they are not in tune with the local scene. You know, they are writers. They are there to have a culture of critique, ironically. And that shows you that if you have young people making music that is outsmarting the critics, that's the music that tends to be timeless rather than outlets like Pitchfork that are out there, you know, shilling the same couple of bands and straying away from the controversial ones. Now, what do you get? What kind of music do you get in that climate? You get alternative press approved bands. You get bands that are not edgy. And if you listen to those albums, I guarantee you, you're not going to listen to them probably ever again. So, what do we want? Do we want rock and roll that is approved by pundits, by writers, because we've given them the power to make or break bands? Or should we go back to the model that it was when it was, you know, Elvis and Jerry Lee Lewis? Let the young people decide if this stuff represents them. And if it doesn't, then, or if it does, then that becomes the trend. But what we see today is we have an industry that has no flexibility. And so you get stuff that sounds exactly the same and everybody toes the line, and then young people still listen to it. So it makes everyone else not want to stray away, because who's going to, you know, who are they going to go with? They're not going to isolate themselves and listening to something obscure. That's only people like me that do that. You know, people like us who, like, if you guys, it's just like politics. If you guys didn't know that there was dissonant right YouTubers out there, you would be just like the neocons in 2012. You know, you would be like, yeah, the only conservative media that exists, it seems, is all this, you know, Sean Hannity type stuff. So of course you're going to stay in that bubble if you're not aware that there's other stuff out there. So that's where the scene comes in. That's where the local culture has to be emphasized. And technically we have that with the indie rock scene. But what happened to the indie rock scene? Just like politics, even the most grassroots thing that is popular online gets captured by the regime. And you have corporate approved indie rock. Corporate indie rock. Indie rock that gets approval from Pitchfork magazine and alternative press. And it's, you know, like, how about Arch Enemy? Arch Enemy gets Arch Enemy's on a major label, and they get, you know, glowing reviews in the Metal Sucks and Metal Injection. And, you know, they according to them, that's, you know, they check all the boxes. You got a female singer, you got what is that guy, Chris Loomis? So you got, hey, don't say we're not we're not catering to the old metal fans. We got a guy who used to be in a band that had credentials. And so they use that credibility to, you know, does the stuff he makes in Arch Enemy, does it sound like the stuff he was in the other bands? Or does it sound like Arch Enemy? What is Arch Enemy? Oh, it's this half pop, half you know, sounds like a 90s album. Doesn't totally assimilate into the 80s sound. It's always, you know, it's always just out of reach. Not good enough. Not good enough. Like when you listen to an album and you're like, hey, that's all right. That's not good enough. You would not buy an album in 1982 if it was just all right. That's all right, mama. Forgot which letter came after the letter I. Yikes department. And then it's K. Okay, we're back. How are we doing? Dude, this Tinder XYZ, my goodness. No, Jack. I'm not even going after stuff like that. You know, Oasis and all those bands. The thing is, even with grunge, I think I've been pretty critical of grunge on the channel, but grunge should have just stayed local because they had their own little thing. But it felt like somebody declared them to be the American psyche. They represent the national climate. But that doesn't really make sense because you had a lot of aggressive metal at that same time. You even had new metal right after that. So it's a little disingenuous to say that grunge defines the 90s because grunge only had a short window of success at its peak. And then the rest of the decade was dominated by boy bands and Limp Bizkit and Kid Rock. So actually, like Gio said in our episode, Fred Durst is more American than Kurt Cobain because Fred Durst represents where the college students were psychologically, and the grunge bands were more of like a fad. It would be like saying disco was the only thing worthwhile in the 70s when actually you had a hodgepodge. There's that word again. So to go back to Jack's comment about like Oasis and British pop dominating, that would be interesting to ask AA if, you know, I know that stuff is more tangible to people who remember growing up during that time. But would you prefer British pop over the music that was coming out of Britain before that? Because it seems like a big downgrade. It would be like if you said emo metal was cooler because you grew up with it rather than all the bands that cut their teeth doing in the tape trading scene. That just like, that sounds ridiculous, but I think a lot of British people have good memories that they cling on to with the British pop bands, and they would say, well, you know, I don't want to disregard that. And I'm not saying you have to totally, but just like grunge, you know, I like some of the grunge songs, but I'm rarely going to listen to a full album. And I'm definitely not going to say that was some type of peak within the story of rock. It's a little detour that I'll happily give some credit, but to play it nonstop on the radio, that is way over the line. And I don't, frankly, not too many people asked for that. If I could be frank. Frankly, if I could get a little Frankie, if I could get a little Frankie Doodle Dandy. And it seems like that applies across the board, country too. Like, yes, you can go to a country concert in 2022 and see a lot of people. But that doesn't really answer the question of, is this going in the direction it's supposed to based off of past trajectories? Okay, yeah, King Sports Cow. I think you might be interested in one of my past videos. Not to use myself as a citation, but if you want to know my full take, this was to give you an appropriate response. This might be more clear. Is there anything contemporary, excuse me, late night that you can recommend? Well, I don't know what's gonna. I don't know the full context of this newest Rival Sons album, but I, without putting an endorsement on that, the stuff before it, and there's also some religious stuff on there, as far as I know. So Rival Sons, contemporary bands. This is the problem with listening to a lot of old music. You have to like do a double take just to remember stuff that came out in the last 5 years. Let me, because I don't really like Dirty Honey. I don't really like Greta Van Fleet. I like some of the new wave of traditional heavy metal bands, but only when they're combining multiple influences together. And I don't really listen to newer music. I will say this, speaking of somebody in chat, they know who they are. I am unironically a fan of Men I Trust. Now, after what I said about Dream Pop being this crutch for young people, it's not that I don't understand it. I like that can still exist. I like it, keep going, but I do like Men I Trust. It's I've been made a fan. In due time, I was made a fan. Yeah, it's real. Yeah, frankly, it's real. That new song, man, that riff, that's like a Joy Division riff. And the pacing, it's got everything. It's got like a Susie and the Banshees style where it's not just a repetitive riff, verse, chorus, verse. No, there's like stops and starts, and I can hear the guitar very clearly doing some licks. Man, this is how it's supposed to be. This is the synthesis of gothic rock. And they are embracing the past appropriately. And it's young people. I think we figured the singer's like 30 years old or something. People should be a bit younger though. It should be a bit younger because I think that's a little too much of a gap, but the music speaks for itself. So we're good. So we're cool. So we're not throwing shade on Men I Trust is what I'm saying. To make myself clear, we are endorsing Dream Pop. Okay, Q-Tip, thank you. No, that's why you guys can really help me because I'm a little behind. Yo, Death Row Records. If you guys know Bookcat on Cozy TV and on Twitter, one of the arbiters of book posting. He unironically kind of got me, and some friends in LA also convinced me to listen to some Death Row Records. You may be surprised. Yo, Emma Stan, yeah, might have to. I guess you could say I am becoming Tyler Russell. I am just I'm embracing Canadian identity. That used to mean Rush and the Canadian thrash metal scene, but actually it's becoming sappy dream pop. So you're witnessing the strength of Zoomer knowledge to subvert the Dre quote. You are now witnessing the strength of Zoomer knowledge. Yo, Flippy Hambone. I think my dad would agree with that. Yeah, I think that's his favorite song of all time. I can't knock him for it. All right, how about we turn in this assignment? How about that? Yeah, it's called We're Homework Pilled. I saw somebody saying Miss America. I'll have to re-listen. Oh, the Buttertones, the Buttertones. I forgot about them. My goodness. Wow. That's now you're taking me back to high school. My goodness. Didn't think I'd see that tonight. All right. Ah, I copied something and I meant to paste it and I just copied something else. You ever do that? Is that relatable? College Zoomers in chat. All right. Save. There's also remember, there's always a couple minutes of there may be a couple minutes of delay when you're trying to save everything into a PDF. So don't underestimate your time exactly at midnight because you might need a couple minutes of delay. I almost just did that right now. We're choosing a file. And we are loading. And we are so back. You just witnessed the strength of turning in homework. All right. Man, oh man. And we're back. Due at midnight, of course, of course. Oh, dang, it is Saturday. Yeah, yeah. You're telling me, Record Deepness. Do Zoomers make good music? They have the potential. They have the potential. How do we feel about Peter Gabriel? We talked about that on the AA stream. I was a bit on the fence. I don't understand like his era of Genesis. Maybe I need to try it again because it was a little all over the place for me, and I really clung to the Phil Collins era thanks to the GTA 4 soundtrack, but also because some of those other songs were catchy, and the Peter Gabriel thing just seemed to be its own separate era. So I'm not anti just yet. I'll try it again. Yo, John Chorus. The Mob Rules? Hold on. Are you talking about the song but isn't that a band too? Do you mean the band or the song? Yo, Q-Tip, you're seeing them in November? Yo, let's go. Sold out in 8 minutes. Well, there you go. Maybe that's some potential there. Oh, no, thank you, Jack. I appreciate the self-restraint in the chat. No, that's appropriate. Oh no, that album, it's just like the one before it, you know. Neon Nights is very similar to Turn Up the Night, and then you have, man, I was playing that. I wonder if Brandon remembers when we were in LA. I was playing songs from that era and Over and Over and Lonely is the Word. Like Iommi solos are just that's such a mood that is prominent throughout metal, and I feel like people just assume it's all fast and aggressive. That is the stuff, like you hear that in Rainbow, you hear that in Deep Purple, and you know, people want to talk about Speed King, but like Child in Time is you know, that's something that I think most people could find relatable to what they like. But just like Zeppelin with their moody stuff, Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You, Since I've Been Loving You, it's not all that different from everything else. But I think songs like that would actually be a better gateway to getting people into metal. And maybe even the neoclassical stuff would normalize the shredding. They would see the direct connection with things like classical music, and you know. All right. Oh, you've been watching on 20-minute delay. Okay, that might make sense for some of your comments. No, you're cool. You're cool though, Ryan. No problem. Well, how about like, okay, Death, Voice of the Soul? That might be the ultimate gateway for someone into metal. There was this one girl. I was playing a song from Testament, Musical Death. I played that in the car, and I think she said it like sounded like something that, like from a movie. Which, what exactly does that mean? Because that's a little too vague of a response. Like I think I basically get it, but because you can really put anything in a movie. But I think like soundtracks and ambient music, maybe that was where she was coming from. But I remember thinking like, is this smart to? Because it's not that song specifically, like Testament is a thrash band, but that song is very um I well hold on. I should have prefaced because um it's not a very heavy song. It's maybe heavy in a different way. It's very classical. It sounds like Call of Cthulhu by Metallica. Same vibe. So um you may be right though, TV88. It might be that too, but um I pick something mellow. Okay, I'm not gonna give something unappealing on the first impression. So I feel like I'm pretty good with that. I'm pretty good at gauging what I can get away with music wise. It's kind of like radicalizing someone with music. Does that make sense? You want to be in sync, not in sync, not the band in sync, but you want to be on the same wavelength. Whatever happened to Dragon Force? I saw them, I think, last year or the year before. I'm losing track of when I saw my concerts because COVID, the lockdowns changed all the scheduling. But oh no, George, please, no. Uh, no. Say it ain't so. I saw Dragon Force in a small-ish, relatively venue, and I mean, like that's basically what people like. I know it's a bit cartoony, but like stuff like that could be like normalized, I think, because of Guitar Hero. So I don't know if like that's an appropriate model moving forward, but maybe if it's like so over the top, maybe like people said 80s metal fizzled out because it was too over the top. Maybe it has the opposite effect when applied to the 21st century. Is that a Flippy? Is that a real AA quote? Big if true. Jack, Martin Goldberg. Martin Goldberg. Is that on YouTube? That doesn't sound familiar. Oh, okay. I may have been here before. Interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna check out some of this. Thank you. Now, like I said, I was gonna check out Morgoroth too. I just got Paramore suggested to me in my recommendations. Imagine that. Okay, yeah. Kind of like how Sabaton becomes people's workout music. Yeah. That's the thing. Maybe Bronze Age Pervert and Raw Egg Nationalist, maybe they're onto something. Maybe the gym becomes a gateway to metal. If you encourage people to work out more, they're going to have to listen to more aggressive music. So you kind of create this cycle in people's schedules where they're listening to more and more music because they're working out more. Maybe that's the marketing trick that can get us somewhere. Interesting. Well, King Sports Cow, yeah, obviously that stuff didn't help. I think 80s metal, not enough bands took the sleazy motorcycle rock genre route. And so it allowed people to look at bands like Poison and Warrant and Nitro and say that that was emblematic of the genre, which was true to an extent, but it would have been nice if Dangerous Toys and Skid Row could have inherited the Guns N' Roses legacy, because Guns N' Roses became more and more popular, but then Skid Row and others didn't seem to match up. So it would have been nice if, you know, there was an opportunity to pass the torch, but who did MTV pass the torch to? Grunge. They gave it to Seattle. So Sunset Strip was out, and Washington State carries the mantle. So ooh, there you go. Jack with a stacked schedule. There's some content creators. Do I follow David Stewart? He's in 90s metal and also writes fiction. What the? You guys are helping me out here. Thank you. Oh, all right. News Pub. Oh, this looks cool. Thank you guys. Thank you. No, this was like when I first got introduced to Academic Agent a couple months back. It's like, oh wow, there's everything that I say to myself, if only there was a scene for this, if only there was a bunch of people doing this. And it's like they are out there doing it. I just haven't found it. I haven't found the channels that are doing the thing that I'm thinking of hypothetically. Thank you, TB88. Thank you, Jack. Sabaton triggers my Razor Fist live stream comment section circa 2019, 2021 PTSD. No, that's pretty funny. I think somebody also mentioned, may have been a question concerning Razor Fist. Oh man, did I miss somebody? Record Deepness, Crown of Worms? Well, maybe. Maybe I'll re-listen to because like there's also that thing of, you know, you're eventually going to get, if you're trying to get somebody into metal, they're eventually going to have to listen to something that is going to probably be outside their comfort zone. So you're kind of leading them, you're misleading them on in a way by starting with the mellow stuff. But I think that is how you're supposed to do it. Yeah, P. Canones, my goodness, this guy with his recent book, like going through books, that is so like easy for people to digest. I think that would be like those series that he's doing can be good like normie intros to dissident topics. Like people who don't want to sit through a whole like Alex Kashuta interview, they could just as easily, like Pedro was talking about when he had Pedro on, going through, I forget what book. Oh, it might have been AA. Might have been AA's Populist Delusion. Yo, 3 hours? Yo, 3 hours? Oh man. Okay. I don't know if I missed anybody's question. If anybody's concerned, we can make room. I actually got to AA from Dave Stewart. He's got a whole new. Oh, is that right? My mom was showing my girlfriend this video of me having my uncle stitch my eye after eating in the pit. Oh man, he taught it's sewing private. Yo, let's go, Ryan. Man, that's wild. Okay, Ryan. I found one of yours. Do you think there are cycles in or eddies in the stream of time? Like, okay, so the time of the medieval mind has passed, but there are reasons to go back or circumstances. I think you're onto something there. Eddies in the stream. That might be a typo or I'm misreading, but yeah, like the cyclical nature of history, where someone in our club was talking about like the 100-year reset. You know, people become self-aware of where they should be going directionally because so much time has passed and almost uh you know it becomes obvious to them that you know they have to think about that kind of thing, kind of like a conceptual history take. But yeah, I mean, the idea, like if somebody says, you know, we don't do something because it's old, I mean, yeah, but that doesn't really address the validity of the old thing that you're trying to claim or defend rather. I'm going through the Growlers. Two bands I've been listening to. All right, Q-Tip. Oh, Brandon, that's right. You asked. Excuse me. Hey, so you're planning to celebrate the Spooktober season? Yeah, I think Halloween is on the calendar. We'll see what kind of shenanigans happen. I bet if I tried to carve a pumpkin out, I would embarrass myself. But I would be open to it. Man, when Nick would have his pumpkin carving, I think there's like one like there's one year where that's like the one that gets shared, but no, that just looked so cozy. It's like he's got his studio and it's the season, so yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, record deepness. Hey, record deepness. Imagine. Yo, what the king, sports cow? Thank you, man. Thank you, man. You're the man. Thank you for $5. Your music knowledge is impressive. Reminds me of myself at your age. Here's some pennies for college or a haircut. Well, definitely not the latter. At least not yet. But I appreciate it. King Sports Cow. Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate your comments. You you and I got some chemistry. You and I. Long hair gang. Yeah. Tell me about it, George Puente. That's why they call him King Sports Cow. Oh man. Yeah, if we had Opie and Anthony chemistry, I don't think we would have chemistry at all. I think we would it would be a different dynamic. So you have a Telegram? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Jack, I think you're are you from AAs? Are you from the AA from this week's Unpopular Opinion? Because I can supply you with the Telegram. Oh, where is the? And that was thanks to Brandon, by the way. Brandon, I think he was with me when I made this thing. So okay, I have to share somewhere. Is this it? Oh, invite link, copy link. Okay, I think we're. Oh, what was that? I'm not even really implied online. Yeah, so true, so true. That's the thing. People think the anons, and people think about 4chan. What is the personality associated with 4chan? People that are in forums. I remember, I don't know if it was high school or Clovis community, but I remember somebody saying at some point something along the lines of, "Oh, don't ever look at the comments because people are so mean." And it's like, well, that's basically like the Socratic method, okay? That's basically like, when conflict happens in a comment section, it doesn't necessarily mean it's coming from a bad place. Yo, George Puente, if I'm saying that wrong, correct me. I'm not fully embracing my Hispanic heritage, but George Puente, thank you for tuning in, man, at the Double R Diner. Here is the Telegram chats. You guys can send anything, send songs, send clips that I haven't seen yet because I miss things. I'm playing catch up, and often you guys are the first to see it before me. And when somebody shares something in the Telegram, I haven't even seen it within the Telegram channels that I'm following. So it's pretty we're all helping each other out. This show's not just mine, it's yours. So thank you. I let my hair down a bit, but I don't take it too far if I can help it. Let's go, Ryan. Yeah, let's go, Ryan. Yo, cool, dude. Interview cat. Why would you bring her up? Cool, dude. What is that in reference to? Oh, man. I'm remembering some old lore involving somebody in chat. Oh, let's go. You need to. Oh, thank you, Q-Tip. I mean, it's up to, it's not my call, but if they appreciate. Ah, you guys. You're Hispanic? What origin? My girlfriend's from El Salvador. To tell you the truth, not completely sure. I can try and verify with the family. We'll see. Just a follower of distant right channels. Okay. If you're on there too. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I know somebody. We know somebody on campus, and it's like, man, this guy seems to know everything, but like I think he's like you, where it doesn't. You don't really have to be eclectic to know the general truth. So I hear you. That always surprises me because I don't know if I was fully like that. Even when I would watch normie content, it seemed like I was bouncing off of a couple people, but I guess that's basically what people do because of damn ears. Oh no, hey, no, that's not why. Elbow cock. No, cool dude, please, please. Cool dude. Do you know about some lore? What's the lore to mimic Michael Alberto? What's the lore on her? What's going on there? Now you got me curious. What does DiCaprio say? First you had me curious, but now you have my attention. King Sports. No comment, no comments. Oh, okay. Is she is she I don't know, up to something recently? I saw some tweets, but I mean, is it same old, same old? Interesting, interesting. No, but thank you for asking, Ryan. There's probably like one question. Ryan, whose stuff is behind a paywall? Yo, King Sports Cal, Katy Perry fan? How about Luis Perry? The Ghetto Boys in like an office space? That's funny. Oh, is there any? I didn't live through it. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's funny. That's funny. So the philosophy of punk is toward lowering the band into nothingness. Well, it's basically an egalitarian philosophy. It's they want to put the band and the fans on the same level. And so the fact that the music is easy to play, the fact that the bands are basically fans first in a way, there's a lack of elitism, and so there's not really a lot of gatekeeping. And it's similar to the hippie arc where they don't have enough gatekeepers to define what it means to be a hippie. So their thing becomes co-opted by professor types, journalist types. And for punk, um, the reason why you get Green Day and pop sounding punk is because Rancid was validated by fellow punks. And so once it's like the Black Album for punk fans, once you allow someone like Rancid past the gate, it opens up the door for Green Day and pop punk to pass the torch. And those guys were younger. And, some of it musically is, I think, technically punk, but the attitude is different. So it's a different context. And hypothetically, if you could have had gatekeepers, you could have, people could have confronted the identity of, but like when you have people who are just like they're useful idiots, they just run with, well, if Green Day plays the same type of scales and the song is generally in that direction, then that qualifies as punk. But when you don't, all these bands, it's like all they care about is loyalty to each other. And so their thing gets co-opted. Now, I think to some punk fans, they don't think it's co-op. It's not subversion. They actually believe that Green Day is punk. So they see a linear line from, the 70s to the 80s to the early 2000s. but that's too simplistic of music history is not that linear. But these are not people that are like rigorous thinkers. So, and I know it sounds obnoxious to even take music to talk about it in that way. I understand it is a bit snobbish, but if we want cool music, then we got to be a little elitist. Otherwise, we're just saying we're allowing everything to be miscategorized. Are there any good Zoomer rock metal bands? Not that I know of. I know that there's like kids playing. Oh, there's that one band. I forget. I think it's called Hammerhead or something without an A at the end of head. I think those guys do covers though, but I think they have like original music. So that's the only thing close. They might even be younger than Gen Z, but I'm not sure. Oh, Ryan, I see your stuff here. The forces are present and the timeline converges. Okay, I'm reading some of your stuff. Okay, Ryan's with some philosophy electives. Have I taken philosophy of science? I don't think so. We read, oh, really, Frank? Oh, dude, that sounds cool. Oh, man. I wonder if we have something like that. Yeah, there you go. That's the whole problem. See, it's almost like the ultimate form of subversion because if the music is legitimately catchy, then it checks all the boxes. Well, what else do you want? The people like the music, they're listening to it. What more do you want? Yeah, but like that's like yeah, like you're brainwashing people. Yeah, you're changing, you're manipulating public opinion. So don't play robot music and tell me it's in the same camp as a bunch of guys on the East Coast coming up with music, and then other people copy it, and then it develops, and then that you can't do that. You can't do that with the modern platform. Yeah, Nirvana. Yeah, no, Jack, you're right. Yeah, okay. I scrolled all the way up to check if there was some more. So I'll go back down here, see where you guys are at. Did you see Iron Maiden on their recent tour? I saw them. What year was that? That was about 2017 or 18. Man, was it? Was it? Maybe somewhere around there. Didn't. Oh, Jack. Didn't go full dissonant right until about 2019, 2020. That's kind of similar to me, where I was lurking for a long time, but then like the AA stuff was really like this year, and me playing catch up for the past few months. But I mean, the stuff that they talk about in the dissonant right is stuff that a lot of the stuff that you hear anyway. So it's not all new, but like more of the philosophical stuff was something that was new, like finding out who Thomas Carlyle was, finding out, you know, I think really like actually starting to read rather than the just trusting like video essays and personalities. Sonic Reducer ain't no loser. Is that how that goes? Yeah. No, I wish Jonathan Bowden wasn't pagan. I think that's where he's taking too much of the Evola perspective and taking it too serious, because I don't know. When it comes to those philosophers, I never see myself as them. You know what I mean? Like, reading about them is interesting, but it doesn't make me want to, you know, like with Bowden, how he, was when Bowden was into the pagan thing. That's a little. That's when it's like crossing a line. I don't know how to put this, Ace. My results for FBI phase 1 test just came in. I passed. Thank you, Lee Burt. James Friend. How do you guys know about all this stuff? What is going on here? First, it's who is that? First, it's Cool Dude. James Friend. Whoa. What is going on in chat? Yeah, I'm not really convinced by the stuff that Bowden was, the stuff that he like took into his life. But the thing that for him that is more helpful to me is the Pulp Fascism book, where he's talking about pop culture and meshing it with philosophy. That's like what Thomas 777 does for revisionism in history from a political perspective. But that same model is also appropriate. I know Semiagog has been critical of the Batman comparison. I know that sounds a little one-dimensional to say, people's closest conception of philosophy is Batman and Catwoman and movies. It's like you're to say that is like in the same ballpark as like a fundamental truth. I know that's, that medium shouldn't be Batman should not be like a pivotal example ideally, but a lot of people are, a lot into movies and a lot into modern media. So I find that stuff to be mentally a more visual way of understanding philosophy, because I think a lot of people are overwhelmed by the word salad, including me. Like, following Carlsbad on Twitter is overwhelming. I feel like I'm so much out of the loop. But to normalize it to yourself, maybe in different ways, you can grasp. I mean, even what Academic Agent wrote about Thomas Carlyle in Chronicles magazine, I would probably use that as a resource to better grasp his life rather than watch one of AA's videos, because AA is obviously somebody that gets it, but watching those videos is through like his lens, and then the Chronicles magazine article might be more of a entry level helper. So is Thomas picking himself up? Picking himself up. What the? Ace, did you give your thoughts on? I haven't watched the full Keith Wood's video. I'm out of the loop. So I don't want to. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say anything. So I don't want to speak out of turn. What else? What else do we? What else is cracking? Cracking my crackers. Oh man. Should I do some mukbang? Should I? It's tempting. Do we still got Brandon in chat? Hmm. Oh man. Yeah. Jack, that's a thank you. Thank you for saying that. Oh, Q-tip. We will get to that, but first. That is so true. I think it was Xbox Live Republican, which is such a funny name. I think he did a collaboration with Keith Woods, but let me find that tweet because I feel like this tweet sometimes stuff just like it has like the full thing in one tweet. Let me find that because I think oh man, how am I gonna is Keith's alt still there? Oh, it doesn't look like it. It's not auto-correcting. Oh, you're telling me they got the Irish lad. Hold on, let me. There was a tweet basically saying you should read more of Aristotle and less of Evola because I think Dave the Distributist also made a similar point, and he said, all he needs to make sense of like most things is the Greek philosophy because they covered so much. So the idea that people get distracted on certain philosophers, it speaks to their personal preference rather than the alleged depth of these dissident thinkers. Because I understand because they are so dissident, it makes it look sexy. But at the end of the day, these are like outcasts. And I know I'm minimizing it to a degree, but it's a little bit of a red flag. It's I what do you want to do when you get older? I want to read and write. Let me see. King Sports Cow. Be careful, man. Be careful. Oh man, how am I gonna find? Okay. Xbox Live GOP. Let me find. Let's do a little Wendell strategy here. Aristotle. Here we go. Here we go. This is the tweet I was talking about. Yo, thank you, Ollie. Thank you, man. Thank you. Let me. Let's go. Where is it? This thing right here. This thing. Talked about vulgar Nietzsche and why the right should read less Evelyn, more Aristotle. I know it's, you know, it's a bit simplistic, but I don't even remember typing this. I don't even remember typing. But hey, I mean, it's kind of true. It's if the public record is what we've heard. Oh man. Oh man. What are the 96 impressions? All right. Oh man. I did not even remember that. That is funny. Xbox Live Republican. Yeah. I didn't know who he was until I think I saw him in a Twitter space. So once again, the Twitter space lore. Yeah, Flippy Hambone. Yeah. Yo, let's go, Jack. Nice comedians. You guys are. Oh no, Ryan, no, Ryan. We're all playing catch up. That's the thing. We're all playing catch up. So what's that? To bring it back to Kanye, I think Nick said this in one of his spaces. Apparently, Kanye said something to the effect of, if you're the smartest guy in the room, you're in the wrong room. In other words, don't cut yourself short by trying to boss everybody around. You know, that's selfish. That's pride, ego. Keep trying to develop yourself. Maybe that sounds a little Nietzschean, ironically, but you know, like we've been saying in the chat, you know, he is a materialist. He is still cringe, even if he's correct about certain statements. So get your, you know, surround yourself with good people. Whoa, record deepness. I don't think I've watched. Man, I don't know if I've watched a full video from that person. Might save that for later. Thank you, record deepness. Thank you. Oh, okay, I remember this guy from one of AA's streams, if I remember right. Oh man, what was that? Yo, barrel roller, no worries. This is a casual stream. Thank you, Flippy. Yeah, I'm always self-conscious I'm gonna mess it up, among other names. Yeah, James' friend. Yeah, tell me about it. Oh man. Man, we really pulled an AA with the 4 hour stream for our first one back behind the desk. There's my there's my honey nut toasted oats clanking in the background, or the spoon. Have any thoughts on the drama Paul Fahrenheit and John Turnips? You mean Ryan? Not Ryan Young. That's our Ryan. Talking about Ryan Turnipseed? Is there something? Way too late. Oh no, Ryan, don't let me keep you up if I don't mean to. Yo, Q, is this Q tip from the chat? Is that who just followed on Twitter? Do you mean Ryan Turnipseed? Am I missing something? Oh, Ryan. Oh no, I didn't see that. Why? Is there some sounds like you guys know more about it than me. Oh, are we lagging a little bit here? Yo, Q-tip. Nice. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. James friend, are you from Instagram? That's interesting. If you guys got any insight on the whole uh America versus British subversion, that would be that might be helpful to make sense of, because yeah, I've been seeing a lot of the there's been a debate on Twitter and Telegram. That's another thing that's happened since I think the last time I was behind the desk. So it's I think dialogues like this is what puts helps us put things into perspective. Since I like Elvis, here we go. What do you know about Sun Records? My friend's dad. Oh, is that right? Yeah, no, just the Reputation, Johnny Cash, Jerry Lee Lewis. Um, Never been there, but yeah, that's kind of the ultimate model for organic early music industry culture, because you can kind of have this epicenter of Southern music with, you know, your handful of chart toppers. And yeah, it's there's a business angle and there's marketing, but it's not really the same as the modern industry. So, but I don't know if a DIY label could have something comparable. I That might be just a bygone era because, you know, I mean, that was the beginning of rock and roll. What else could you compare it to? So you guys got some takes in here. All right, all right. Got some John Mearsheimer commentary in chat. That was funny. Paul Bunyan and Johnny Appleseed. That's pretty funny. Yeah, record deepness, the what you said about, yeah, take yeah, not taking Evelyn's word for it. Yeah, that's the thing. I think people should remember that. Oh, James friend, you're talking about his elephants on stilts. I think I may have mentioned that earlier. Is that the video you're referring to, or has there been a new one since then? Yeah, I was clicking on some of his videos to watch later. But yeah, I mean, he is one of the biggest ones, isn't he? As far as like subscriber count. Yeah, the West Elephant on Stilts. Thank you, thank you. No, I was, if Brandon is still here, I was like, after I ate my southern chicken, I I was on my phone and I saw that, I think from Telegram. And I don't know, just I don't know what it is about specific articles like that Prudentialist one. Maybe that's just, you know, because it syncs up with some of the speeches from this channel. But some of the commentary from some of the people in the distant right, sometimes it just sticks. And obviously the elephant on stilts analogy, I mean, people have said that in different ways, but that one was, you know, you don't know if the picture of the elephant on stilts is taken right before it collapses. You just see the image. There was all kinds of stuff in there. And no, Morgarath, man, Morgarath. Yeah, that may be one of the best models for, you know, right-leaning content. Oh, someone was asking about the goth. Sorry about that. I don't know who was that? Who was that? Sorry, I got sidetracked. Oh, where was that? Where was that? The Pinheads and Patriots. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, Edward the Pale. Edward the Pale. Good to see you, man. I remember you were sending me some stuff in DMs. Thank you, man. Thank you. Oh, Q-Tip. That you were the one. Thank you. Yeah, Southern Gothic. A friend of mine, someone who was at the Arkansas event, informed me, to my surprise, that they are in fact real. Which is really something. If they're not as modern as a lot of 21st century women, maybe there's some hope after all. So interesting dynamic. Thank you, Foz Flash. Thank you, man. Thank you, Ollie. Earlier you were giving props. Thank you, man. Edward the Pale, of course. Let me find Edward the Pale. Oh, the yeah. The emo music might be a little too simpy and cucky. You feel like other rock scenes kind of got sidelined because of it. Worry that rock in general is not going to have another spring. The pop culture and society is too different. No, this was a cool message. Thank you. Yeah, showing Nixon. What if they showed Nixon? Man. Have you been reaching out to Garak and Paul? Nice. When you were in high school, the emo scene blew up. All right. Yeah, I hope if you don't mind me reading some of that, just I'm glad you're here. Yeah, Edward, what'd you think? What'd you think of the Elvis movie? I know you were dropping some takes. Oh no, Bad Bunny, Jack. Jack knows about the Bad Bunny pill. Would you? That's that rapper or something, right? Okay, thank you, Edward. Sorry, I didn't mean to be too revealing there. James Friend, not a fan of the emo. It might be a Zoomer exclusive thing. Sammy and Guy seem to have a similar opinion. Well, who knows, King Sports Cow, if the Zoomers can find something. Can find a way to revive it. Maybe. John. There was a Kurt Russell Elvis biopic. I watched that before the new one. And it was, you know, that one was a little too linear, paint by the numbers. So, you know, Baz Luhrmann has the style. I was rewatching Romeo and Juliet. It was on TV, and you know, people. It's funny. People kind of mock that style for being a little too cinematic, and maybe the premise makes it look like a GTA movie. But you know, that style might be more appropriate to do biopics with because conventionally, like I don't know if Walk the Line may have been the appropriate model for doing a biopic. But who knows? Who knows? People liked it though. People liked Walk the Line. Yo, double dime, man. Catching the thank you for $5, double dime. Thank you. Catching this late, but awesome to see you. Oh, thank you. You saw that. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, that was surreal. It was surreal. Um, it's funny because I was late. I was late to click the StreamYard link, but luckily, you know, we were still waiting for people. So, you know, there's no high pressure. There's no. Oh, King Sport, you like his take on Romeo and Juliet? All right. Because that's also what we got in high school. We got that on, you know, millennials too. Millennials. So should have done Walk Hard. There you go, Jack. Maybe that is the ultimate way to do the biopic. Do you remember Jack White as Elvis in Walk Hard? Now that's some old lore. Now that is. Now it's the. Now we got some more. We got some more. I haven't watched Walk Hard all the way through. But you know what I've seen is just maybe that's the peak of that like Adam McKay style because obviously that genre is a little too self-indulgent. Interesting goth aesthetic comes back. The romantic, the deep lyrics. I think rock metal may have cannibalized it too. Hmm. Maybe, yeah. Well, hey, I mean, speaking of, AA is seems to be a Shakespeare expert, so maybe he would be the best person to ask for some of those takes. Paul Blart, yo, Paul Blart checking in, man. I feel like that Red Letter Media Jack and Jill review has to be shown to film students because that's like James Burnham's The Managerial Revolution for film students. The fact that you can easily trace like the people involved, what they were trying to imply that they were like they were framing it like it was a crime, like they're not just actors, they're that specific crime word, instigators, people that are perpetrators, that kind of. They were trying to like talk about it like that, and they were saying, "Well, like, we're really just talking about a movie, but I mean, this is basically a money laundering operation." And you can see all the product placements. So the corporations are in on it. It's a comedy, but it's shilling described as disguised as a comedy, and that would just be so like you got all of the angles within just that one movie. But it is like multiple part reviews, so maybe people aren't all in the know. But there's a very easy intro managerial commentary just with the Adam Sandler movie alone. Oh man, Jack, you saw that? My goodness. Yeah, as a Zoomer, it's very disappointing to see the Zac Efron arc. He was supposed to represent an era. King Sports Cow, you got me, man. Elvis and Walk Hard, New Kung Fu. Watch out, man. Oh, dude, now I gotta watch it. Now I gotta watch that clip. Carl Schmidt, good or great author? Well, I think Carlsbad would have a specific take on that. But I think some of the stuff he says is a useful gateway to understand like conceptual history. Maybe make more sense of the stuff Paul Gottfried writes about. But um there was another one in here, King Sports Guy. Yeah, Red Letter Media, yeah. I was just thinking earlier today, I might have to get back into watching their reviews because I haven't been keeping up. I used to keep up, but they kind of got when their reviews would meander into stuff they remember when they were growing up, and it's all this obscure sci-fi. Sci-fi is already tough for me as is, and then they want to make it even more nerdy somehow. So, but they've been back on like a regular schedule. So I'll probably check it out. Those Disney Star Wars flicks. I think I saw one of them in theaters when I was in high school. I think that was The Force Awakens. But nah, I've heard things. I've heard things. What is do you guys ever see, this might be so boomer, but I do think the what is it? Who's that guy? Who's that comedian? Jim, the guy who impersonates Joe Pesci and the Robert De Niro on SNL. Oh, Jim Brewer. Yeah, Jim Brewer with the Joe Pesci impersonation, and then you got um, John Goodman impersonating De Niro. I know that that's like bygone era humor, but I do love some of the mannerisms. Maybe that's just because I love Italians so much. Yeah, Jim Brewer. Thank you, Foz. Foz, you got it. You got it. Flippy, I think I prefer Paul Gottfried because I think Norman is a bit more like friendly with lefty types. Paul Gottfried, I feel like, has a more consistent resume. And his stuff on Chronicles, people should check out. I remember I would walk to class, I think last year, trying to like skim through the Chronicles. Um, I would get them in my email. If I'm remembering that right, I may not be, but I used to like use Chronicles as like an epicenter. The Macho Man impression. I'll I'll save that for later. I found one on what is this, Anthony Cumia? Thank you, thank you. You guys are You guys are giving me content. I appreciate it. Share it. Spread the wealth. We're going Huey Long mode tonight. Oh, yeah. Robert Downey Jr. is doing Louis Strauss. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Record deepness. Any thoughts on the most subversive movies? Any thoughts? Double Dime. What are the most subversive movies? So I think earlier this year I watched American Graffiti 2, the sequel to the George Lucas movie. And the original, as far as I can tell, is more so just a love letter to a bygone era, the Happy Days era. And it's funny because what's his name? Ron Howard is actually in it too. But the sequel gets more directly political because they show you like demonstrations and they show you cops busting up places, or at least one place, and you kind of get more of a sense of the Berkeley lib personality, and they seem to be poking fun at like the family, the like handling the responsibilities of having a family, and kind of trying to make a case for the hippies. And Ron Howard's character is not framed in a conventionally masculine way, and so it really is trying to pitch, or I mean, at least it looks like they're trying to um, you know, run cover for a lot of the hippie revolutionary types. But so that was disappointing to see that, because the original is so cozy, such a, people cruising, and it's just a bunch of like regular people hanging out. It's like Dazed and Confused, hangout movie, as Tarantino says. But trying to run interference for such a, such a like bratty group of people, it's like, come on. And it's too bad. I don't even know who directs that movie. I think it's might be under a different. So maybe George Lucas doesn't get the bulk of the blame, but it's too bad that that's, they reduced it to that. Subversive movies. I know Barack Obama was talking about one. Oh, West Side Story. West Side Story. Not just the Spielberg one, but the original with Natalie Wood. Excuse me. Yeah, just like involving just the whole like romantic dynamic in this turf war. It's just, it's very 60s. It's very, I think there was even an article on IM 1776 about like the relationship between Hollywood and the civil rights era, the fact that you have all these projects normalizing a changing, a different type of America, almost seemingly being pitched through Hollywood. And it's planting ideas in people's heads in a way that's not really based on their consent. It's a manufacturing consent. So, but those are the two that come to mind. But yeah. What do we got here? Yo, Taiwan. Yo, what the heck? Are you serious, dude? Well, thank you, man. That's unexpected. My goodness. Joe, are you actually from Brazil? Is that what you're saying? Found you. Well, that's yeah, I was curious if we're getting people from different time zones, then it may not be late at night for some of you. No, I was saying the movie. Oh, the movie of Brazil. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh man. 4 p.m. Oh, is that right? 4 p.m. Okay. Yeah, Taiwan checking in. Yeah, what's going on over there? What's going on over there in Taiwan? I hear stuff in the American media, but maybe we don't have it all figured out. Ooh, interesting. I think a friend of mine may have watched one of the Hide Wars episodes you're talking about. That's interesting. Do you know what episode that was, Jack? I'd like to try and verify because that's the kind of commentary I kind of cling to. Oh yeah, Q-tip. No, 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 that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's the fact that it's so the fact that the metaphors are so ham-fisted. Episode 27. Okay, I'm literally gonna ask my friend about that because I'm curious. Can you give me I this might sound autistic. Can you give me like a rough timestamp? Like somewhere in the middle, maybe towards the end? Like not exact, of course. I'm just curious if you can gauge it at all. James friend. No, no, no. That James friend, when I was talking about lost episodes, I didn't mean it like that. Doctor Strangelove was subversive, but maybe it's a little too maybe a little too linear or one dimensional rather. Okay. Chow, am I saying that right? Chow. Well, thank you, man. I was just curious because I don't wanna assume anything, but that's interesting to hear. You're gonna have to answer to the code. The Blob is based. Is it based? Well, what the with Steve McQueen? I wait a second. See, I had to do a double take to make sure. Lightning McQueen is the is the car. Okay, Steve McQueen's the actor. Zoomer moment. Okay. Yeah, Lightning McQueen. James Fran. It's an interesting question. I'm sort of overwhelmed by it. I don't know if I can give a proper response. Oh, Sam Hyde Boomers is on YouTube. Let me cue that up. Thank you, man. Thank you. You're giving me stuff to watch while I eat my lunch, so thank you. You guys ever that may not be very aristocratic, but oh, is it still on YouTube? I can't really. Oh, there it is. It's 11 minutes. Thank you, man. Thank you. Luncheons. Is there an AI in chat? I don't know. Is there? Oh my goodness. King Sports Cow. It's a bit oversharing. Great article on Sam. Oh yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, thank you. You guys, yeah, some people might like that. Yeah, that's also, I mean, Andrew Dice Clay, even though if you look at his background, you know, there's something there, but that's kind of the same arc that Sam Hyde had. He got so popular doing something that was raunchy, and you had fellow comedians like, or at least George Carlin was saying, you know, you have a responsibility. Effectively, you have a responsibility as a comedian, and even though Andrew Dice Clay sold out Madison Square Garden twice, he basically had his career like abruptly ended because of the Overton window shifting in favor of the David Frost, Woodward, and Bernstein. You know, that class of people was still wielding power against people in the 90s. It's too bad. The part of the night where you overshare with your fellow Zoomers. Hey, Dennis Leary is kind of the proto Dane Cook in a way. I don't know if that's being too disrespectful, but that that like overly physical way of being a comedian kind of seemed to start. Well, I mean, I guess you had Jim Carrey. You had Jim Carrey. Andy Kaufman was kind of all over the place too. So maybe not, but I don't know. I saw a similar personality with Dennis Leary. Maybe that's it. Okay, yeah, Jack. Maybe that's. I wasn't that like the notorious thing was. Yeah, Carlin is overrated. I'm sorry. Or I. No, I'm not sorry. So we got record deepness and did somebody else say that too? Well, record deepness. That's good enough. Yeah, I mean Dangerfield, even though it's boomer, that's like what comedy is supposed to be. It's supposed to be it's not supposed to be political commentary. And if it is, it's not supposed to be ham fisted. Am I saying that right? Ham fisted, yeah. Just want to verify. Overshare. What's this? The Paris Commune? Jimmy Hoff overshared to you? in different way now. Delaware by Edward, man, I love you. I love you, Edward. We're on a similar wavelength. The boomer derivative. Yeah, that's true. That is stolen valor. So I guess we'll settle with Sam Hyde. That's, even though he's not a Zoomer, that humor is the model. You have handlers. Yeah, if you want to get up there and collect all the Grim, go do it. We're Heidlers. We're Heidlers. That kind of sounds a certain way. We're Heidlers. Oh man. Gallagher. What about Rory Gallagher? Was that his name? The Irish. Was he Irish? Yeah, Irish. The Irish guitarist. Jack. Patrice would have Kanye's back. I wonder. Oh man. Is it one in? It's past one in the. Whoa. My goodness. Paul Town. Yo, let's go. Paul Allen. Hey, shout out to Paul Allen. No, I don't. What's the best mix for Rest in Peace? Probably the original. Although the remaster seems to probably be the thing people are most likely to stumble onto, probably because of Spotify. Man. It's like Black Pants. What in the world? Man, Garak got onto a Tariq Nasheed space, listening in. Let's go. Do I play guitar? I used to. I haven't been consistent with it. I can mess around a little bit on it, but I need more practice. Have a good night. Hey, thank you, Q-Tip. Thank you for seeing you on Twitter. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Give your most base take. Susan approved, though. Okay. Thank you, Double Dime. Thank you for the $2. My most based take. That's Susan approved. I guess just the Christ pill. The Christ pill is really like the ultimate based thing. And a lot of people on the right want to talk about order and hierarchy, but you know, they see all this disorder in politics and government, and they have this Gen X cynicism against people that are in authority, and they look at all the misery with young people and sex and drugs, and they somehow want to blame somebody like the Pope. And it's like the more appropriate thing that's, you know, destabilizing everything is a lot of the pop culture within America. So I think when people want to apply that truth to power mantra against, you know, religious types, I think I don't think that's appropriate. I think, you know, politicians and lobbyists, people that, you know, shill for war in magazines, I think those people are much more of a domestic threat than Vatican City. So just understand that literally it could be worse. And I know that we're atomized because we were born in this specific era, but at the end of the day, you know, all of us here in chat, we were lucky enough to find the truth, and those answers must guide your life. So imagine if you were still in the Matrix. Imagine if you still had that disadvantage. That would be a spot, you know, you're basically comfortably numb. But I mean, somebody who, like someone in chat said, it's getting harder and there's more temptation, but if you know, the truth and you're Christ pilled, that's supposed to be your, your shield. And it's all about trying. It's all about trying to do it, trying to resist. So just build up that tolerance, build up that personal discipline, and don't become your worst enemy. You just can't let the doubt override you. That's the other thing. That's part of letting yourself be your own worst enemy, because people understand this dynamic psychologically when they're talking to other people, people that are in relationships, people that are trying to bargain with other people. And the possibility of something not being true is enough to scare people away. But Ryan, what I'm saying is, don't let that doubt be evidence in your mind to be undecisive. Don't be skeptical because you're worried about it. Just let go. I think that's what Kierkegaard's really addressing with the leap of faith. There is something illogical about faith, but that's part of the deal. Like we were saying earlier in chat, trying to wrap everything with this linear style of logic, it's not going to encompass all of the biggest questions. So that's where the doubt starts to hang over you, and it tries to grab you out of that headspace. It tries to catch you after you take that leap of faith, but let your faith override that. So well, I think that's the best advice I could give. So I'd like to end it on that note, just to keep that in people's minds. Talking about anything else would probably help people forget about it. So I want to thank everybody in chat. I want people to keep that in mind. Don't be too skeptical. Don't worry yourself into a frenzy, because it's easy. It's easy to fall into that, but that's part of working through it. So I want to thank everybody, man. Thank you. Thank you, Double Dime. Ryan Young, man. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan Young. Record Deepness. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Double Dime. Thank you. Thank you, King. Joel, Jack. Chow. Thank you. Thank you. A person all the way in Taiwan understands it. This message has literally traveled. That's what Manifest Destiny is. That's what the legacy of Christopher Columbus, the message of Christ, traveled internationally. I mean, if I would not expect that much travel. I wouldn't expect that much persistence for something that wasn't true. So that's something to keep in mind. People for generations, were believing it, keeping it, spreading it. We can do the same. So all right. Wow. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Keep that in mind. Thank you, guys. Love you all.